doesn't mean she needs to break down with it. Rescue Lens from LogMeIn lets your customers show you the problem instead of having to explain it. And that makes everyone happier.
With that then, let me inquire at this time if the prosecution is ready to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. People call Sergeant Gerald Jones.
Good morning. Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last names?
Certainly, Sergeant Specialist Gerald Johnsgard, and that's G-E-R-A-L-D. Spelling the last name is Jon, S as in Sam, G-A-A-R-D.
Sergeant Johnsgard, could you pull the microphone up to you better?
How's that?
I think we'll see once you start to talk.
Very good.
Can you please tell us how you're employed?
I'm a Specialist Sergeant with the City of Aurora. I work District 1 graveyard shift.
And the City of Aurora, the police department?
Correct.
Where is District 1?
District 1 is located on the Fitzsimmons campus. It encompasses everything from 225 to the west to the Denver city limits.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
With Aurora for 36 years in July.
Did you work in law enforcement prior to that as well?
Military police for 3 years.
Were you working on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I was.
What did your duties consist of at that time?
At that time and at the present, I was a Specialist Sergeant, once again assigned to District 1. I run a training team for new recruit officers.
Now you said you were working graveyards.
Yes.
What hours was that?
10 at night till 8 in the morning.
And that's what you're currently working?
Correct.
Did you hear a call come out on July 20th at about 12:39 a.m. To respond to the Century 16 Theater?
Yes, it was a shots fired call that came out.
Were you asked specifically to respond?
It was a broadcast that was aired to the whole districts, all the districts involved. Shots fired calls are usually toned and then aired out.
Where is the Century 16 Theater located?
14300 block, East Alameda Avenue, or Drive, located in the city of Aurora, county of Arapahoe, state of Colorado.
Where were you coming from?
The 200 block of South Potomac, which is about 10 blocks away as the crow flies.
How long did it take you to get from where you were to the theater?
To the theater, probably less than a minute.
How fast were you driving?
Probably not over 70.
How did you approach the theater?
Initially, I intended to come in off the Sable, which would be on the east side of the theater. But they were doing road construction, gravel trucks. I was blocked from going in at the first entrance, so I went up to the next entrance farther to the south.
Are you familiar with that area?
Somewhat.
When you entered to park, where did you park?
I ended up parking just to the southeast of the theater complex. I noted when I got back there that it was high ground. There was a retaining wall. You could see the entire back of the theater.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 4740. Do you recognize this?
That's an aerial view of the theater itself and the adjacent parking lot.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the area on July 20th of 2012?
It does, with the exception of a dumpster that was located in the rear.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 4740.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Without objection, it is admitted.
Now, if you could explain on this, and you still need to keep your microphone with you, or?
I'll figure it out.
Okay. If you could explain, where is the theater on this map?
This is the theater itself. This is the front of the theater. The rear of the theater, which pretty much, this is eastbound. This is Sable Avenue. The entrance I intended to come in was farther to the north on Sable, but it was blocked, so I came all the way up and turned into an entrance somewhere in here to the right-hand side.
For perspective, where would Interstate 225 be?
Directly this way, angled a bit.
Over on this direction?
More or less, yes.
And how about Alameda?
Alameda would be this way, to the north.
So now you indicated you came in from the south.
I was headed north to south, came in, made a turn, blacked out, ended up coming into this area right here, blacked out, which commands a view. This is a flat picture, but this wall here is approximately 1 story high, commanding view of the back of the theaters.
So you could see everything that was going on in the back of the theater.
Right. The parking lot was lit up. I knew I was probably one of the first cars, especially in the back, so I thought I'd take control of that.
When you first got to the back, so that you can get closer to the microphone, when you first got to the back, what could you see?
The first thing I saw were some construction workers located right in this area. I'm not sure what they were doing, if they were water workers or what.
On the west side of the theater?
This is more of the south side of the theater. I could see their orange and yellow vests, that type of thing. They were staring at the theater itself. As soon as I got out, they saw me and were yelling about something was going on. I deployed my rifle, told them to take cover, and moved immediately to the railing area.
Now, when you say deployed your rifle, what do you mean?
I took out my AR-15, chambered around, turned on the optics, and came to the wall, overlooking the rear of the theater.
And turning on the optics?
Turning my red light, or my red dot sight on.
So you have your rifle out, you have the sight on, and what are you seeing?
At this point, nothing. There's no activity for the most part in back of the theater. There's a white car located in the first spot behind the theater. They were airing information about shooting in Theater 9. I had no idea which Theater 9 was at this point. I didn't know if it backed up to this, if it was on the sides. I'm not really familiar with this theater.
What did you see next?
Noted the car, noted 2 other cars parked in the parking lot. There's a dumpster right here. I'm not sure what they were doing, some construction obviously, but it didn't block much of any of the parking lot, with the exception of the alcove right in this area. I stayed at that area, rifle deployed. In about a minute to 2, the construction workers started yelling that they believed someone had been shot, that there was a female shot, something along those lines. I took my sights off the back of the lot, told them to have that party take cover, apply first aid, just stay down.
At the point that they were telling you that they'd seen somebody was shot, had you seen any people come outside of the theater?
No, the back lot was completely empty. I could see officers cutting across from Sable on foot, coming into the the north end of the lot, working their way towards me to the south.
What did you see next?
When I came back on sight view, I noticed that there was a person standing next to this white car. The door was open, and I believed it was a SWAT officer.
Why did you think that?
Due to his appearance, the gas mask, helmet, black outfit. Didn't see any weapon per se, but I thought, how did the SWAT guy get here so quick?
That seems strange to you?
Very.
What were the lighting conditions like behind the theater?
Oh, very bright. All lit up. You could see everything. There are lights back there for the back of the theater, like most businesses, security lighting and parking lot lights.
Now, at the point that you saw a person standing next to a white car, was there anybody else behind the theater?
2 officers were located the other side of the vehicle. 2 officers that had moved up from the north end of the parking lot were obviously checking the back of the business also.
And you were saying they're coming from the north end. So you pointed out on the map where the vehicle was, and then where were the officers in relationship to that?
Directly to the north of that vehicle, maybe 20 to 30 yards at most. They were approaching the vehicle. They'd obviously seen this person.
How were they approaching?
Guns drawn. They were giving commands, I believe, although from my distance I couldn't hear what they were. I then noted that the party threw his arms up in the air.
And the party, which party are you talking about?
The gentleman in the black SWAT outfit, or what I thought was a SWAT outfit, who was standing by the open door of the white car.
When you saw that, what did you think?
I thought that's our suspect. As a matter of fact, I tried to get on the air, asked him to hold the air, and asked the officers, is that our suspect?
What do you mean by hold the air?
A lot of chatter going on. We're tied into one or two channels. The cars are responding, active information. A lot of people are talking, trying to get their information out. So when I request to hold the air, everybody be quiet, something important.
Did that occur?
For a short time span, yes.
What did you say on the air when you got the air cleared to see that you could talk?
I asked officers, is that the suspect by the white car? Something along those lines. They said, yes, it is. We have a gas mask, a rifle, et cetera, et cetera. I said, hold him. I'm coming down.
So how did you get down from where you were to the back of the theater?
Moved to the west, down a little hill, back around to the side of the theater. This would be the south side of the theater, around the corner, over to the east side of the theater.
Do we have a photo of 4740? You pull that up, that might be helpful. Your photograph should be coming up that will be the same as the poster that you've already seen. Or perhaps not. You indicated that you were coming up on that you had to come down, you had to get down from where you were, because you said that you are essentially a story above where
Correct.
Where the back of the theater is. So how did you get down there?
What I did is I just moved to my left, which would be to the west, crossed into the grassy area, and then took a small hill down to the parking lot.
How long did it take you to get from where you were to the back of the theater?
Maybe 10 to 15 seconds tops.
When you got to the back of the theater, what did you see?
I saw that they were stripping items off a gentleman who was on the ground, that they pulled off a helmet, were pulling off a vest, and had him proned out, cuffing him out.
Where was he in relation to the white car that you'd seen?
Directly to the south of the white car, about 10 to 15 feet.
So he was no longer right at the driver's side door?
No.
Do you recall, was the driver's side door open?
Still open.
And you recalled seeing a helmet and what else?
Gas mask, helmet, some type of vest. I'm not sure if it was ballistic or not. Some type of chaps, black pants, maybe. Something along those lines.
Do you know who the two officers were who were with him
Yes.
at that time? Who were they?
It would be Officer Oviatt and Officer Sweeney.
Were there other officers on scene yet?
Starting to. I could see at least 1 to 2 more officers coming in from the north, moving towards the south.
Are they coming in with guns drawn?
Yes.
Had you seen any people exit the theater yet?
No one had come out of the theater yet. At this point, I'm holding on the door to what appears to be the back of a theater. I noted at this door, I didn't know if it was Theater 9 or not, still, at this door on the ground was a rifle. It looked like an AR rifle laying on the ground.
So a large rifle?
Yes.
What else did you see on the ground?
That was pretty much it. I saw the rifle there. No one had exited the door. I'm trying to cover this door, cover the officers who are moving in from the north.
What did you think about the fact that there's a rifle on the ground? Did you think it was a law enforcement rifle?
At this point, I'm thinking, no cop would have left that there. So I'm thinking that may be the weapon involved. Maybe. I don't know at this point. Later on, I was able to determine that it was not one of our rifles, just due to the optics on the rifle.
We talked about the optics. What are you talking about?
You'd call it a scope. We carry EOTech scopes, which are low-profile hologram-type sights. I think that at the time, that was all that was authorized. This was called an aim-point scope, which is more of a scope like you'd see on a hunting rifle, something more similar to that, not something that APD would be carrying.
Did you notice anything else near or about the door?
About the door itself, not at this point. Later on, I noted that the door itself wasn't shut, and wasn't shutting because there was a plastic tab, I guess you'd call it, holding it from shutting all the way.
What color was the plastic tab?
I want to say green. I also noted that green sort of tab, which is a strange-looking thing, was also laying near the property of the defendant who was on the ground being cuffed.
And at this point, the defendant, where was he in relation to his car?
Probably 10 to 15 feet to the south of the vehicle, prone out on the pavement, head facing to the north. He would be about 10 feet to my right as I'm watching the open doorway, or the doorway area to my left.
Did you get a chance to look at him, to see his face?
Yes.
Do you believe you'd recognize him again if you saw him?
Most certainly.
Is he in this courtroom today?
Seated at the defendant's table, a white shirt with blue squares, wearing glasses, small beard, didn't have a beard then.
Your Honor, would you let the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Does he look different now than he did then?
Yes.
How?
Heavier. His hair was pretty much bright orange that night, much longer, clean shaven for the most part.
Now, you're seeing the defendant laying on the ground near some distance away from the car, and those officers unseen. You said other officers were arriving. At that point, what else is starting to happen behind the theater?
About this time, a female came busting out the rear door, the one I was covering. Startled me. Door smacks open. She comes running out, starts running towards me. I tell her to move to her left, which would be my right. I've got her at gunpoint. I'm not sure who she is. I'm telling her to move to the north, just move down a few steps. She keeps running. She's on her way out of there. About this time, a gentleman comes out. His pants are flapping, obviously bloody. He's got a pretty good leg wound. He's also headed to the north now. So I go after them, telling them to stop. An officer is coming in from the north. He too is telling them to stop. We travel about 30 to 40 feet. They stop. She's screaming. She's hysterical. She says that there's somebody shooting. We got to get away. We got to get away. Something to that effect. I tell her, and by now there's another third gentleman who's shown up to come out the theater. They're all right there in close proximity. I say, sit down. They all immediately drop to the ground.
Why did you tell them to sit down?
So we could control them and figure out what's going on. I guess I was a little stunned that they just dropped.
We can now see the picture up on the screen, and if we have a pointer that up here, and I don't know if it'll work or not, so if you can give it a shot to see if it does. But if it does it work on this?
You can barely see it.
We did.
All right, so please keep your voice up because you're looking away from the microphone, okay?
Will do, sir.
Or you can pull the mic some with you, sure.
All right.
Point out where the exit door was that you saw people coming from on that.
The exit door itself would be in the alcove. Picture's a little grainy, but right in here for the most part. This is a locked trash bin. There's a gate on the front, and the exit door alcove goes straight in here.
And when you first saw police officers coming up towards, where was the white car on this map?
White car would be in the first parking spot, right there.
When you first saw police officers coming up towards the person by the right car, where were they coming from?
I noticed them first coming in, out in the parking lot. My thought process was they were too exposed. Of course, I can't get on the air to say anything. They were coming in from, like I said, north to the south. And they're probably somewhere in this area when they gunpoint the defendant at his car here.
And you're pointing near to where the car was parked in that first space.
Correct. They were just to the west and the north of the vehicle.
Now, the people who came out of the theater and started to run, where did they run towards?
They made it, she came out originally right towards me. I directed her to go to her right, hand motions, move that way. And she got to about right here, and then the officer who was coming up, another officer, not the two who had already contacted the defendant, stopped her. So she's there, the gentleman who was bleeding from the leg wound is here, and the third gentleman behind him are there.
And were you able to stop them in that vicinity?
Yeah, I ran over to them also, told them to sit down. We take care of them. Because she was pretty hysterical. She wanted to go. She wanted to run. I think that was her quote. We need to run away.
And you can have a seat again.
Thank you.
Were there police cars in the back of the theater at this time?
No. No cars had made it to the back of the theater at this point.
Do you know why that is?
I believe most of them had been blocked in on the north side, blocked in from the entrance in the front. The parking lot filled up fairly quick with people trying to leave, people trying to come in. I know the majority of officers seem to have gone to the front of the theater.
Were officers arriving at the back of the theater on foot?
On foot, yes.
Did you know whether or not there were officers inside the theater at this time?
No. I know they had been asking for officers to get gas masks so they could make entry, but I hadn't heard that anyone had gone inside yet.
Now, you said that you also found a rifle right next to the exit door. Did you have anyone stand by that rifle?
About the time that we'd secured the people who had run out the door, myself and at least 2 to 4 other officers were now at the back door. We could see that it was blocked open, so we said we're going to go in, cut right, cut left, and I grabbed one officer and said, watch the rifle, don't let anybody pick it up or kick it.
Did you enter the theater?
Yes.
When you first walked into the theater through that exit door, what did you see?
There's an alcove there. It dead ends about 5 feet to the left and then opens up to the theater about 2 feet, 3 feet on the right. As soon as you opened the door and walked in, pandemonium. There was gas in the air, CN or tear gas, you might call it. It hit you immediately. Teared up, mucus formed, burned your face, burned your skin. But you could tell fairly quick what it was, or I could tell fairly quick what it was, and I knew it wasn't going to be incapacitating. It was just really uncomfortable. It was dark. The movie was playing. There was a siren going off intermittently and white strobe lights. As soon as you made entry into the theater room itself, you could see to the left and off to your right, there were people up and down, some in the seats, some screaming, some pointing. The noise was such that you could not hear much of anything except for the sirens, the claxtons.
Had you been in a circumstance like this before in your career as a police officer?
Yes, no. Sustained.
How would you describe then your ability to respond in the theater given all these things that were going on?
I guess I could only refer it back to some training we'd had, and noise, confusion was part of that training. I'm sure that helped. If I wanted someone to do something, I had to grab them and tell them, yell at them, scream at them, take that exit, cover that side, go down this hallway. I should note that once we made it into the theater, once I came in the door, I saw officers to my left on the stairway starting to go up into the crowd area. So officers had made it in.
Was it possible to be heard in the theater, to talk to a person?
Talk, no. I could scream at people and they could figure out what I was saying, like cover, clear, that type of thing, but you had to yell and they had to be in front of you to be heard.
Could you tell how many people, patrons, were in the theater at that time?
With the darkness and the strobes, I'd say probably at least 30 plus, and that's a guess. My world is limited to a short area around me and then objects far away. I saw an exit that I wanted covered. I noticed that one hallway probably led to another exit, and then a hallway on the far side, I didn't know at this time, probably led to another exit, so I wanted those covered, cleared.
Do you have any idea how many officers were in the theater at that point?
There were more coming in behind me, I could tell you that, and more coming down the hallway. Probably at least 6 to 10, and that's a guess.
Once you got into the theater, and was your first goal to try to secure the exits?
Secure the exits, make sure that no one else is inside who's armed the best we can. No one was shooting, so we figured there probably wasn't. My assumption was that the shooter that we probably had in the back hopefully was the only one. I know a statement had been made saying he was, but you're never quite sure. At that point, it was just to secure the interior and then start getting people out.
How did you get people out of the theater?
People who could hear me or people who could hear the officers were told to get up, exit through the back doors. As soon as they got outside, they were set down, told to sit down, visually cleared for the most part, making sure they didn't look like a shooter, they weren't armed, that type of thing. The ones that were moving, a lot of them had blood on them. As soon as we got them outside, you could tell that we needed to start some sort of triage.
Did you see any weapons in the theater?
At this point, no. My second trip, or one of my trips back in, an officer pointed out a 12-gauge shotgun that was laying just inside the entrance area of the theater. 870 model, long barrel with extended magazine. Once again, I could tell it was not one of our police shotguns.
How could you tell that it was not?
The extended mag, the length of the barrel, just the look of it. Ours are fairly unique, fairly short, numbered, strapped. You can tell they're police weapons.
Did you see any other items that went along with firearms?
Yeah, I saw a number of magazines inside the theater. Some of them 40 rounders, the longer extended ones. Some 30 rounders. Saw
for what kind of a firearm?
223. My assumption was 223 AR.
Would that be the kind of magazines that you would use in the rifle that you'd seen outside the back door?
The kind of rifle that was seen outside the back door and the rifle I was carrying, yes.
And I'm sorry, you indicated you saw magazines.
In the hallway headed to my left, which would be the south side hallway leading out of the theater, there was a snail drum or a beta mag, which is, I believe, a 90 or 100 round magazine that you stick in an AR.
Did you see any other kind of ammunition in the theater?
I saw some spent 12-gauge rounds, green casings, on the ground. I saw empty 40 caliber rounds, one fully loaded 40 caliber round, a lot of empty casings for 223s, a lot of full rounds for 223s.
Full rounds meaning unspent, unshot.
Unspent, unshot.
While you were in the theater, did you see a young girl in the theater?
Yes, on one of my trips back into the theater, following a trip outside for triage, someone had brought Veronica Mosier down to the front of the theater from farther up while they were treating other people. She was just inside the door when I walked in. I bent down, felt for a pulse. There was no pulse. The only wound I could see was a wound in the abdomen on the right-hand side. At that point, I saw Sergeant Hawkins, who was an officer at the time, coming down the stairs. I got his attention and said, I want her triaged, I want her out of here. He picked her up and carried her out. He felt for a pulse. Later it mentioned that he thought he felt one, but he hadn't because his own pulse or something to that line. But
even though, when you first saw her, did you feel that she was still alive?
No.
Given that, why did you choose to not leave her in the theater?
Her age. I wasn't keeping a child in that crime scene. You know, if there was any possibility she needed to go. I didn't want my officer stepping over her. I didn't want her at the scene.
Now, you said that you went in and out of the theater at least more than once.
4 to 5 times probably while there were still people there.
Why were you going in and outside of the theater?
Just to make the triage was working. The problem with the triage we had is there were so many victims coming out of the theater that we started to group up right outside the rear door. So we started to have people who could walk, who could talk, move farther to the north.
While you were in the theater, did you see people that appeared to you to be deceased?
Yes.
Was anyone checking them to ensure that they were deceased and couldn't be saved?
Officers who initially came in were checking all the bodies that were there. Later on, when triage was started outside, I told other officers to make sure you double-checked those victims. And then later on, a third time, I personally checked the victims.
Why did you do that?
I guess it's just wanting to make sure that nothing more could be done. Personal side is my son was supposed to go to this movie, not at the theater, but somewhere. So I just wanted to make sure there too.
At some point when you were in the theater, was the movie turned off?
At some point it was, yes. I know an officer had been yelling to get it turned off, and finally in one of my trips it was, and the lights were on.
Were the alarms still going?
Strobes were still flashing. There wasn't the audible sound anymore.
Once the alarm sound was off, could you hear anything else in the theater?
Cell phones. All the cell phones that were left were laying on the ground were ringing. That kept going on all night long.
How long were you in the theater making trips in and out? Do you have any idea?
I think we cleared the theater out for the bomb squad to come and check the vehicle, make sure everything was gone, or all the people were out, except for officers that I stationed inside to remain with the victims. We were probably out of there within 35 to 37 minutes.
Do you know why the bomb squad was called?
Our concern was a secondary device in the vehicle that we believe the defendant had drove there.
Why were you concerned about that?
He'd made a statement to the officers outside that his apartment had been rigged to explode. Thus, we assumed that maybe the car also had been rigged. We weren't sure.
Were there people outside around the car?
We still had triage just completed in that area. We still had some victims farther to the north of the car. When I came out, I said, everybody's out of here, back lot clear. So they were taken around to the front side or the north side of the theater.
During the time that you were making trips in and out and triaging people in the back, had victims been transported at all from the back of the theater?
Yes, officers had taken it upon themselves to load people in cars and get them out of there.
At what point did that begin?
I think the first officer asked permission or made the statement, I'm taking them in my car, within about 4 minutes. I know another sergeant had said, are we clear to transport these folks? And the acknowledgement was, yeah, get them out of there.
Did you see police cars pulling up in the back and having victims loaded into them?
I didn't actually see the victims being loaded in. I know that officers would run up. They were yelled at to go back and get their cars and drive it across the grass, jump the curb, get it back here so we can transport.
How long did you remain on scene at the theater?
At the theaters or inside the theaters till about 6:30 in the morning. Went to the command post and cleared that about 7:30. Went and wrote reports and went home around 2 o'clock.
One moment, please. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Mr. King, do you have any questions?
Thank you. I have no questions.
All right, thank you. It looks like the jury may have a question or more, so if you would give us a minute, please.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Would counsel please approach? The rules of law I have found all. Specialist Sergeant, there are a few questions the jury has submitted. Based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I have found all of them to be appropriate, and so I'm going to ask all those questions now. The first question is, did the defendant say anything to you or otherwise verbalize when he was getting cuffed up or around that time? And just so that you're clear, this question is asking whether you personally heard the defendant say anything or verbalize anything.
I heard nothing that I could understand. I know the officers that were cuffing him.
Hold on.
I heard nothing.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. You can't talk about what the officer said.
Got it.
That would be hearsay. Okay. The second question is, what was his general demeanor upon being cuffed?
Fairly wide-eyed. He looked like he was hot, but then again, being in Kevlar would do that. That was it. Wasn't aggressive, wasn't yelling, wasn't screaming, was just being cuffed up, having stuff removed.
The last question is, was he resisting being cuffed?
And it didn't appear to be, no.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions from the jury, Ms. Pearson? Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King, based on the questions from the jury?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. May the specialist sergeant be released from his subpoena?
Yes, for the people, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. King?
None.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Call your next witness, please.
Annette Brooke, Your Honor.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right, please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
Annette Brooke. ANNETTEBROOK.
Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Thank you. This may sound like a ridiculous question in that you're wearing an Aurora police officer's uniform, but what is your job?
I'm a police officer with the City of Aurora.
How long have you been a police officer?
I'm into my 23rd year.
Always with Aurora?
Yes.
And what is your duty assignment?
I work patrol, graveyards, District 1.
How about back on the early morning hours of July 20th, 2012? What was your duty assignment then?
Patrol, graveyards, District 1.
You say graveyards. What was the shift then? When did you start? When did you stop?
Our graveyard shift is from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. We work 4 10s.
I'd like to ask you now some questions about the police response to the Aurora Century 16 Theater in the early morning hours of July 20th, 2012. Did you participate in the police response?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you where you first were when, and I see you smiling, but I need to ask this question, where you first were when you heard the call that something was going on at the theater.
I was standing in 7-Eleven at 13697 East Isle waiting to use the bathroom.
Did you wait to use the bathroom or did you just leave?
I left.
Where'd you go?
Got in my patrol car and jumped on the highway and started heading towards the theater.
How far away, if you know, was this location of the 7-Eleven from the theater?
Roughly 20 blocks.
How long do you think it took you to get there?
A couple minutes, maybe.
Would it be fair to say you were driving pretty fast?
Yes, it would.
Lights and sirens?
Absolutely.
While you were driving there, did you notice any other police cars on the way?
All over. It was in District 2, and I was coming from District 1, but they'd aired it on both channels, so everybody started going.
Now, I want to ask you about the drive over there and whether you received any information over the radio that caused you to take any unusual actions or use any unusual police equipment that you would not normally use.
While I was en route, dispatch was airing that they were still getting calls and that there was still shots being fired in the theater.
Before I got on scene, officers were airing that anybody coming on scene needs to get their gas masks because gas had been deployed in the theater.
Now, do you carry a gas mask in your vehicle when you're on patrol?
Always.
Your Honor, I may approach the witness with what I've marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 4739.
Yes.
You can use that microphone there.
Okay.
What is this?
That's an aerial display of the theater.
Is this an accurate depiction of the situation at that theater, the way it would have looked that night?
No, that's a typical day. That's
Okay.
not at all the way it looked.
Fair enough. It's not a nighttime picture. But is it an accurate depiction of the layout where the streets are, where the theater is?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to admit 4739.
Any objection? Okay, without objection, Exhibit 4739 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if it's okay, I'd like to put it up on the monitors. That seems to work a little better.
Okay, let's do that. It may be published. And it may be easier to just give her a handheld microphone. Do you want us to do that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can we do that, please?
Now, you have that microphone. You see that it's a couple of flagpoles that I've taped together there as sort of a makeshift pointer.
Yes.
Can you point out on 4739 where you parked your car?
Sorry. Right here.
Okay, you can take a seat again. I'm going to ask you some more questions about this. Why did you park your car there up on that, looks like it's a sidewalk across the parking lot?
I could not get any closer to the theater. Between the people and the commotion, the confusion, I couldn't get any closer, so I had to park it there. That was as close as I could get.
Tell me about what you saw when you drove up, what you saw going on in that parking lot to the, I guess it's the northwest of the theater.
There were people running out of the theater. Some were screaming, some were crying. There were officers that were already on scene that were calling for rescue. Paramedics, we call them rescue. AFD paramedics and ambulances to get there. So it was chaos.
When you parked your car up there on that sidewalk, did you just run out of your car? Or did you have to go get your gas mask somehow?
I had to get my gas mask and right helmet from the trunk. So I did that very quickly. And then I put on the gas mask as I was running through the parking lot.
So, if you can just sort of describe, you have your car up there, and you see there's sort of this like pinkish sort of wall coming out of the theater. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
How did you get there? Can you describe the route you took and use those as points of reference?
I ran diagonally from where I pointed my car, or from where I pointed to where my car was, to the area where that, sorry.
If you want to use the pointer, use the pointer.
To right about here.
Okay.
So I just ran diagonally.
And you said that you were sort of in the process of putting the gas mask on as you're running across the parking lot, is that right?
Correct.
Between now this time where you got out of your car and you got to that door that you pointed out, and you're putting on your gas mask, did you see any people that appeared to you to be injured in that parking lot?
Many. Some were on the ground, some were still running out, some were running towards officers, some were just running to get away from the theater.
Do you have any idea of how many injured people you might have seen?
Dozens.
Now, under normal circumstances, when you're responding to a scene and you see people with, well, let me ask you this, I forgot to ask this, what type of injuries did you see?
They were bloody. I didn't stop to see what kind of injuries, but some had blood on their arms, some had blood on their faces, blood on their body, blood on their hands. From the information that I had going to there, I was assuming those were gunshot wounds.
Under normal circumstances, as a police officer encountering people that are running around upset with possible gunshot wounds, would you normally stop and render assistance?
Absolutely.
Did you do so here?
No, I had to get in the theater.
Why would you ignore people with gunshot wounds or potential gunshot wounds in the parking lot to get into the theater?
We did not know where the suspect was. The officers that were on scene at the time could not get in the theater because the gas was so thick. So those of us that had the gas masks on had to get to the theater, get inside, make sure that the suspect or suspects weren't in there still reloading or, waiting for a secondary ambush.
Is that part of your police training when you have one of these active shooter situations?
Yes, we run towards the gunfire. We stop the shooting. Stop any more victims from becoming victims.
I want to now ask you about going into that theater building there. Did you go in?
Yes, I did.
And let's talk about the lobby area. We can take that down. Thank you. Let's talk about the lobby area first. Did you go into the lobby?
I did.
And were you wearing your gas mask?
Yes, I was by that time.
And the same type of uniform you got now?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what you saw when you went into that lobby area?
I saw more victims coming out. They had blood on them. People were screaming. People were crying. I run up to a couple officers. There's some confusion as to where Theater 9 was. So I'd gone up to a couple officers trying to ask where Theater 9 was, and I could see where the people were coming from, so that's where I went to.
Now, did you have any other weapons other than your normal sidearm?
No.
And at this point, was that still in the holster, or did you have it out?
I believe it was still in the holster, but I had it out when I was in the theater. I remember that.
Now, tell me now about going into the theater.
I don't remember the first time I went. I don't remember actually going in the theater. I just remember consciously being in the theater.
Let's go then to that point where you consciously remember being in the theater. Where were you?
I was standing at the main level in between the flat seats and the seats that start to become stadium seats.
Okay, I've got a model here, and why don't you take that handheld microphone? And I'm going to hand you this laser pointer. And why don't you go around there? And does this look like the theater? Go around to the side, please.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and you point it this way a little bit. Can you please point out where you first remember being?
Right about there.
Okay, so right around here towards the back of the flat part.
Yes.
On what, if you're facing the screen, would be the right-hand side.
Yes.
Okay. Now, point it this way. And if you could show that to the members of the jury. And you pointed the same spot.
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. You can go back to your seat. I want to go to this point now where you remember being there. Can you describe, apart from, and we're going to get to the people and things like that you saw in the theater, but I want you to describe the lighting and the sound and what you heard and saw as far as that's concerned, when you remember there being in the theater.
It was dim. The movie was still playing. The alarm was going off.
And let's talk about the alarm. You mean like a fire alarm?
Yeah, I believe it to be a fire alarm.
And was there lights from the fire alarm too?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
It was dim. I could smell the gas.
Well, you were wearing a gas mask, right?
Right. The gas didn't affect me. Didn't do what it does if you don't have the mask on, which is the teary eyes, the runny nose, the coughing. But it had a definite odor, and I could smell that.
Please continue.
And then I began to notice the bodies, the live victims, the blood. And then we had to clear the theater to make sure the shooter or shooters weren't still in the theater.
All right, let's start with that. And in police lingo, we've heard you say clear the theater. What does the word clear mean in police lingo?
That means go up row by row, aisle by aisle, make sure we don't have somebody laying down with a gun ready to pop up and start shooting again.
Did you
clear it means secure it, I guess.
Secure. Did you and other officers then go and secure the theater, clear it?
Yes, we did.
Describe how that happened.
I went up one aisle, and there were already officers going up, and we just did quick clearance, looking down the aisles, the rows of seats, making sure we didn't have anybody with a gun. That's before we started working with the victims.
Did you see anybody with a gun?
No.
Now, at this point, did you know anything about what other officers might be encountering outside to the rear of the theater?
No, I did not.
And with the noise and everything going on in the theater, do you think you would have heard something coming over your police radio?
The only thing that I heard coming over the police radio were the other officers that were still screaming for ambulances.
You talked about clearing the theater and not finding any other threats. When you were doing that, did you see injured parties?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about the injured parties that you saw.
Some were standing, bleeding. Some were laying down. Some weren't injured, but were pointing to other injured people, trying to get our attention for them.
Did you take any actions yourself to help any of the injured people?
Yes, I did.
Now, was this at your own volition, or was it at the order of somebody, or both?
Both. I believe it was Officer Jarrell said, because we weren't getting rescue paramedic people in, and we had some very badly injured people that we had to get out and get to help. So I believe the phrase was, if it's got a pulse, get them out of here. So we started any ambulatory people, anybody that looked like they could walk, we were getting them first.
Do you remember helping then people get out of the theater?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to first ask you about an injured African-American male. Do you remember helping that person?
Yes, I do.
Where was that person when you first came in contact with them?
He was standing in the portion of the theater that goes up that I refer to as like the stadium seating, and he was in the rows, and he was holding his arm, and I remember seeing blood coming out of his arm.
What did you do to help him?
I called to him a couple times, and he wouldn't come to me. So I actually reached out, took a hold of him, and helped him to crawl over the seats and around a female that was laying down. And I escorted him out and handed him off to another officer.
Where did you escort him to?
I escorted him out the regular door that you would leave the theater.
In other words, to the front into the lobby?
Yes. When I got to the lobby area, I handed him off to another officer, and I went back inside.
I want to now ask you about an injured white female wearing black pants. Did you assist a woman fitting that description?
Yes, I did.
Can you please describe where you saw her, what her injuries were, and what you did?
She was also in the stadium seating portion, in the rows of seats, and she'd been shot in the leg, so she couldn't walk. So she was the next one that we got out. And I crawled over the seats, and I believe it was Officer Weber, handed her back to me, and I held her while he crawled over the seats so we could get her to the main aisle, down the stairs, and out the theater. I got about halfway down the stairs, Officer Weber and I got about halfway down the stairs with her when the officer said, I got it, so I went back up for somebody else.
Did you see where he took her?
No. I don't know if he took her out the emergency exit or out the main one.
All right, so you went somewhere else. Where'd you go?
Went back up to the stadium seating aisle, and I saw a male laying face down with his arm outstretched. He was unresponsive, unconscious, and I wasn't sure if he was alive at first. And then I saw what looked like his back move. So I called out that we had another one, and I grabbed his arm, the one that was outstretched, and pulled him towards me. We rolled him over, and I could see where he'd been shot, and it appeared to be gunshot because there were several holes.
What, you mean gunshot?
Sorry, shotgun.
Okay.
Shotgun.
Please continue.
He was still unresponsive, but alive. So we picked him up and carried him out using the emergency exit to a patrol car that was parked right outside there, put him in the back of the patrol car, and that officer took him to the hospital.
Now, you say the emergency exit. Do you mean the exit in the back of the theater that would sort of go towards that front of the model?
Yes.
I'd like to have you describe with this person, with this male that you were helping, what you saw when you went outside, what you observed when you took him to the police car, and how you got him into the police car.
We just basically threw him in the back of the car. He never woke up. I did find out later that he did live, but he never woke up, so we just got him in the car. When I went back in through the emergency exit door, and I noticed an assault rifle laying on the ground with an officer standing over it.
Do you know the name of the male that you helped into the car?
No, I don't.
Now, under normal circumstances, on a normal police call, would you, stop to get that information?
Yes, I would.
But could you do that here?
No, there was no time.
You described going back in through that back door, and you described seeing a rifle on the ground. Did that look like a police rifle to you?
It did.
What did you do then?
Walked around the rifle and went back inside to see if there were any more people that we could get out.
Did you help anyone else inside the theater then?
Sorry.
That's okay. That's what the water's there for.
I tried to help a female that was in the stadium row of seating. She was sitting down, very pale, very sweaty, holding her stomach, and it looked like she'd been shot across the stomach. It looked like she was holding her guts in, and she was covered in blood.
Did you do anything to help her?
We got her up, carried her to the main aisle to lead downstairs, and there was just too much blood, and she was in too much pain to continue that way. So we laid her down in the main aisle, and a couple officers went to get a collapsible stretcher to put her on the stretcher and carry her out that way. When they did that, I went to continue searching.
Do you know who that female was?
I found out later what her name was.
What's her name?
Sarah.
You say you then, after the other officers took her on the stretcher, you went and did some more searching. What did you find? What did you see?
Well, the bodies that we were leaving there, rifle casings. It was in the hallway.
Wait, let me stop you there for a second. You said the bodies that you were leaving there.
Yes.
Do you mean dead bodies?
Yes.
How many did you see?
10.
All right, please continue.
There was blood on the seats, blood on the wall, blood on the emergency exit door, pools of blood on the floor. Like I say, there were rifle casings in that main area where I first showed you that I went in. In the hallway that leads out to the lobby was a couple rifle magazines that were still loaded.
Did you notice any other, you said you saw rifle magazines on the ground. Did you notice any evidence that firearms had been discharged inside the theater?
The casings, yes. I'm probably referring to things wrong. The rifle casings, spent rounds.
How long did you stay in the theater?
I don't know. I think
Tears of
a couple hours.
the most
Time just got really distorted.
Where'd you go then after you were done with the theater?
Well, I stayed in the theater till the paramedics came back in. Well, we finally did get a medic to come in. And then I was moved to once the medic had to come in and confirm that all of the bodies that we were leaving in the theater were dead. That we couldn't help them. So
You say confirmed. You knew that though?
Yeah, you could tell on some of them, and Officer Giroux had gone around and done a preliminary check on the ones. And then this medic came in and did a secondary check, just because. So then we could secure the theater, and by secure I mean lock it up, no one else in, no one else out, until our crime scene got there. So I was moved to the doors in the lobby immediately outside the theater.
When you were there in the theater, was there ever a time when the movie stopped?
They tore the screen down finally, so it wasn't, we couldn't see it, but we could still hear it. And eventually, I think somebody did get it to turn off.
How about the lights, the house lights? Did you remember them coming up or coming on?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. I have no further questions.
Ms. Brady, do you have any questions?
No question. Thank you.
All right. There may be questions from the jury, so if you would give us a moment, please.
Okay.
Would counsel please approach? Ma'am, the jury has submitted a couple of questions that I have found to be appropriate based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. And so I am going to ask you those questions now. The first question is, did you see injured people or deceased people in the flat part of the theater?
No, I don't recall seeing any in the flat part.
The second question is, were most of the injured or deceased in a concentrated area of the theater, or were the injured or deceased dispersed throughout the theater?
They were, the ones that I saw were in the stadium section, so the rise portion, and they were dispersed. Some were, I don't think there was anybody that was more than 2/3 of the way up. So I could say the lower portion of the stadium seating.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. Orman, based on those questions from the jury?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Ms. Brady, based on those questions from the jury?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. May she be released from her subpoena, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, without objection, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Okay. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, you can call Josh Nolan.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your name?
My name is Joshua Robert Nolan. The first name is spelled Joshua. Middle name Robert. Last name Nowlan.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nolan, I want to begin with something that may seem obvious, and that is, were you in the theater when this shooting took place on July the 20th, 2012?
Yes, sir.
Now listen, to get you to that theater, there's some things I want to ask you about your background that give you a unique relationship to the theater, as well as why you got there, okay?
Yes, sir.
I want to take you back to July the 19th, 2012. What were you doing for a job back then?
I was a network engineer for a company called National Cinemedia. The company is an advertising company for the movie theaters.
Theaters everywhere, or only certain kinds of chains, I guess, of theaters?
Just particular chains. When you first start, you can choose either between Cinemark, Regal, or AMC. and I chose Cinemark since it was the closest movie theater to my residence.
This Cinemark 16 that we're going to talk about here in a bit, is that the theater that was closest to your house?
Yes, sir.
In the year that you were almost working there, preceding July the 20th, 2012, how many times do you think you'd seen a movie there?
Dozens of times. I would take my children and friends and myself to the movies a lot.
Did you have the opportunity to sit in almost all the theaters in there?
I believe so, yes. Especially big blockbuster movies, since Theater 8 and Theater 9 are their two biggest auditoriums.
Now, to be fair, does this sweet perk that you have apply to the big blockbuster premieres?
Yes. But we're not allowed to go on the opening nights according to rules for that particular theater. I would be able to attend the movies probably a week later for free if I wanted to use a free ticket.
So for this particular evening, you had to go out of pocket for this?
Correct.
Now tell us, what is the draw to Batman, this comic book hero, for you?
I've always grown up.
What's the relevance?
Why he came to the theater that night on this particular evening, Judge?
All right, I'll allow it.
Go ahead, sir.
I grew up to be a real big superhero type of person. Love comic books, and I kind of spread that to my children as well. Batman was always a big movie comic book character that I've always enjoyed, but my favorite character is Wolverine.
Okay. Did you go with your kids on this particular evening?
No, sir.
And how many do you have?
I have two boys.
Okay. Who did you go to the theater with?
I was with my two friends, Brandon and Denise Axelrod.
Now tell me what was going on that day prior to you guys heading off to go to this theater.
Brandon and Denise were just coming back home from their honeymoon that they just got married in Florida. When they came back, we always kind of talked about wanting to go see the movie. We know we wanted to see the movie, and we discussed about going to the midnight premiere of the movie. When they came back that day, we got together and we arrived at the theater sometime in the afternoon to pick up our tickets early as we can to try to avoid any of the big lines.
Did you have any troubles getting the tickets?
No, we didn't.
What did you do in between that time that you picked up the tickets and you actually head back to the theater?
After picking up the tickets, we went ahead and got some lunch, and we went back over to Brandon and Denise's apartments, and we just hung around, and to my knowledge, I remember we actually watched the other two movies of Batman before going and seeing the premiere.
Getting prepped?
Yes.
Okay. What time do you recall heading out to the theater with Brandon and Denise?
We left about an hour before the movie would start. We probably arrived about 30 to 45 minutes prior before the doors were opening.
Did you drive together or separately?
We drove in two separate cars. My plan was to leave after the movie and go back to my home residence.
Now, was this timing based on some expertise you developed on how to get the best seats?
Kinda, a little bit, because, for big blockbuster movies, the sooner you try to get there, you try and get to the best seats, the better.
Okay, so when you got there, describe for us how many people you saw at the theater that you thought were going to see Batman.
There were a large number of people that was already at the movie theaters. Lucky for us, with our tickets, we just avoided all the lines and went straight into the auditorium. Once arriving inside the auditorium, we would always try to pick the seats almost right in the middle, in the upper stadium area, towards the middle. Once we actually saw a quick opening, we pretty much bolted to it as fast as we can before anybody else would grab it.
Now, is that your favorite area to go and sit and watch movies, up in the middle, both north and south and east and west?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to do that for this movie?
As close as possible, yes.
Before I walk up there with a picture of the seating and have you tell us where you were seated, do you recall whether or not you got any concessions or anything?
I don't recall if we picked up anything from the concessions before we went in.
You have a pen up there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 1198?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you this exhibit. I've just read the number to you. Take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what that's a drawing of.
It is a diagram of the auditorium.
To your memory, is that how that theater number 9 looked when you watched a movie back on July the 20th, 2012?
Almost perfect to the detail, yes.
Do us a favor if you would. Take that pen that's up there, and if it doesn't work, let me know. And I want you to circle, as best you can recall, the seats you think you and Denise and Brandon were in at the time that you saw the movie.
Okay. Would you like me to repeat out the row that I believe that it was in?
If you remember what row it is, yeah, tell us.
I believe I was when we were sitting either in row 11 or row 12 towards the middle of the seating.
Now, do you remember who was sitting next to who?
Yes, next to me was Brandon, and then next to Brandon was Denise.
If you'd show the jury, if they're the movie screen, where are Brandon and Denise compared to where you're seated?
Brandon would be next to me on my right, and Denise would be on the following end.
To make sure to keep you from his wife.
Of course.
Okay. I get it. You sat there. What did you do while you waited for the lights to go dim and the movie to start up?
They were chatting about their honeymoon, and we were just doing the regular normal talk, upcoming movies, and just the simple chats that most guys would talk about.
Was it kind of light, exciting?
Oh, we were very, very excited.
Now, when the lights go dim and the trailers start, do you remember any of the specific trailers?
I don't remember all the specific trailers. I do remember seeing the Hobbit trailer, so I was very, very excited for that.
Was there someone else who did something during the trailers that sticks out in your mind from that evening?
Yes, I do remember there was a gentleman who was overly excited, who kind of did the whole, arms up in the air and screamed out because how excited he was to be able to see the movie.
Describe that guy as best you can.
Basically, in my best description, he basically did a big whoops. It's like, yeah! And, so he was really excited to be here.
Did you see much of him? Was he a big guy, little guy, short guy, tall guy?
He was definitely a bigger gentleman.
And as best you can recall from where you're seated, where was he? Was he in front of you, behind you?
He was sitting in front of me, probably several more rows in front of me, just kind of off to my left a little bit.
What was the response from the crowd to that? Was that sort of the sentiment of the evening?
Some people reacted to his hollering and kind of followed along.
What do you remember next, sir?
The movie started, and everybody started to, get a little quiet. Some people were still a little excited. Watching the movie like any other, and I would say probably within about the next 15, 20 minutes is when the events started.
We've heard this description from a couple folks, but so that we get it from you, tell us the last scene you remember before things go different.
The last scene that I remember was when the Catwoman was trying to steal the pearls out of the safe, and Batman came right out and shot the arrow right at her, and then she escaped.
Now listen, I appreciate that we're not in this theater, and I'll have you use this model at some point, not right now. But from where you're seated, as I ask you these questions, I'm going to ask you to consider this area in front of you to be like the theater where you were looking down, okay?
Yes, sir.
What do you recall happening after that scene shows up on the screen back there?
From what I remember, there was a sound, more of a hissing sound of something that was being thrown, and I remember it kind of being thrown off into the left side of me. It sounded like somebody throwing like a tin can or like a can of peanuts or anything. I heard the clinking noise, but then it followed by a large sound, kind of almost like you would hear from like a firecracker or like a cherry bomb. Once I first initially heard the sound, I thought maybe someone was playing a prank. Somebody was trying to make fun during the movie. I tried to ignore it and tried to continue to watch the movie, but my mind and my body wasn't in the best shape So I knew something was happening. So my brain wasn't.
And we'll get right back there. I just want to follow up with a couple things. One, you indicated with your left hand that this thing this tin can sounding hissing noise thing flew to your left. Is that fair?
Correct.
Do you know where it came from at the time that you heard it?
I didn't know exactly where it came from. I assumed since the sounding, I would figured it would either been somebody from the right side of the theater, or somebody from the left was just either tossing something in front of them. But I couldn't distinguish exactly where it was coming from.
It sounds like what you're describing is your mind is trying to piece together all these different things. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
When it landed, was that in front of you?
Not directly in front of me, no.
How far in front of you do you think it was?
I can't say exactly how far away from me, but you can tell it was from a little bit of a distance to my left. So the sound, it sounded like you can tell it hit some sort of a concrete flooring, so I assumed it had to been the base of where everybody would come in from to the theater.
Do you recall what the reaction of either Brandon or Denise were, or the people around you, when that hissing noise and that tin can sound happened?
We assumed probably the same as my thought was, that we thought it was some sort of a prank or something that somebody was trying to do during the movie.
You described hearing an initial couple sounds like firecrackers.
Correct.
Did you continue to conclude that they were firecrackers?
At first it was, but then my mind saying, no, this was not a firecracker or anything. It definitely sound of a gunshot.
Let's talk about that. Do you have familiarity with firearms?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury how you came to have familiarity with firearms.
Before my position, NCM, I was in the U.S. Navy. My job skills was I was a aviation BOSIS mate. I worked on the flight deck on aircraft carriers, and would handle all the aircraft movements and launching. During the time in the military, we had air qualifications using several types of firearms. One of them was a 9mm Beretta, a 12-gauge shotgun, and I got familiar with using a M16 rifle.
Now, to be clear, for those that don't know, a Beretta is a handgun?
Correct.
And that's 9mm, you said?
Correct, believe me.
How many times do you think over the course of the 4 years that you served in the Navy did you have to become familiar with or qualify with these weapons?
Several times a year.
Okay. At some point, as your mind is telling you it's no longer fireworks, do you begin to conclude it's one of these types of weapons?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
Once I heard the shotgun go off, the sound was very familiar of what I shot when I was in the military. Once the secondary and third shot starts going right off, we both, I knew, and I looked at Brandon, and we both knew that something was going on. We knew that shots were being fired, and we began to grab Denise, and we would hide behind the seats, not thinking, not knowing exactly. We knew that running to the exits on either side of the theaters to either exits, I knew would be either like basically a turkey shoot. It would be too exposed, and it would be too easy for someone to pick us off if we try to run to the exits. So, to the best of my knowledge, hiding behind the seats as staying low as we can would be the best and safest place that we could be at until everything was over.
Let's back up a little bit and talk about some of that. First off, and it may be an obvious question too, but was every single seat in that theater filled with a person?
Yes.
You said you looked at your friend Brandon. Did you speak any words, or did you just see the reaction on his face?
I saw the reaction on his face.
What was that reaction?
We both knew just by reading each other's faces that something was happening, and we knew we had to be fearful and we had to protect each other.
Now, tell us, you described several different things that took place. You said you grabbed Denise. Now, she's seated on the other side, to your right.
Yes.
Of Brandon. Describe for us what you did to try to protect her and yourself.
Brandon grabbed Denise, and we shoved her between him and myself, as far back between us as we can, shove her against the seats, and we both used our bodies to basically cover her so she would be laying, so the best I can probably explain, she would be laying here and myself and Brandon would be just in front of Denise.
Let's do this, and you've tried to demonstrate for us with your hands.
Yes.
I'm going to try to describe for the record as best I can what you're doing, but here's what I'd like to ask you to do. Do you see the bar or whatever this is that you're sitting in front of? Judge, man, it's just all right. Do you see this? Yes. This is what I want you to do for us is, again, pretending that this, where the jury is back here, is the screen. And this thing right here are the seat backs in front of you. Yes. As best you can, demonstrate for us what you and Brandon did with Denise and yourselves to protect yourselves.
So basically, if the front seat was sitting right here, Brandon was right here in front of me, and Denise was shoved. We pushed her back as far as we can to the seat behind us. So Brandon would be laying just in front, and I would be laying just in front as well. And I was sitting in a kneeling position with one knee on the ground, one leg, one foot, one knee up, my one arm sitting over the top of Denise, and my other arm is laying hand flat on the ground to hold myself up.
You've indicated that you had your right arm holding yourself up and your left arm on top of Denise or Brandon.
Correct.
I didn't ask you this before, and I should have. It's July. How did you come to the theater dressed that day?
I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt and regular tennis shoes.
What was Denise wearing?
She was cold, so she had like a sweater over the top of her shirt, and I believe she was wearing jeans.
You remember Brandon?
I believe he was wearing his t-shirt and shorts as well.
Okay. When you're doing this, when you're pulling Denise down and you're trying to cover her and get low, do you have any recollection of what those around you are doing?
Not at the time. My primary focus was to protect Brandon and Denise.
Did you hear any screams?
Screams were obvious everywhere from all around me.
We're going to end up describing some more of what took place here, but do you ever remember from the moment the screams starting to the screams stopping?
I don't. Once the shootings began, the screams started, and to the time until I finally left and got into the hospital, the screams never end.
You're down behind the seat.
Yes.
You're trying to keep yourself below the seat for protection?
Correct.
You remember hearing some more of those shotgun-sounding blasts?
I remember hearing just maybe one or two more. Then I start hearing another gun showing right off, which I knew from the rapid fire that it had been some sort of a semi-automatic weapon.
Why do you say that? Describe for us what the sound was like that made you think that.
A semi-automatic has a very low kick, and it's kind of like shooting a kind of high-power BB gun. And the semi-automatics have multiple options of be able to shoot from a full auto to semi-fire. And with a shotgun or compared to a handgun, there's a pause. But with a semi-automatic, you can just put up on the eject unless there's more foundation.
Mr. Buckler, you're asking him to offer any expert opinions, right?
No, sir. Just his own recollections from his experiences and what he observed.
Right. Stick to the recollections from that night, okay?
Yes, sir. So the bullets were definitely going out as a lot faster than a regular gun that I've experienced with.
How many, and forgive me, let me back up a little bit. You were talking about it like a semi-automatic or rapid-fire type of weapon. Can you describe for us how you heard the shots going off, whether they were... Let me do this. Take your hand. You see this flat part of the thing in front of you? I want you to tap out how you heard the rounds coming as you recall them coming. Describe that for the record. It sounded like you were tapping out sort of 3-round bursts, and then a little pause, and then 3 more rounds. Is that fair?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. What do you remember happening as you're hunkered down there behind those plastic seats listening to those 3-round bursts?
During all the screaming, I can't tell you exactly how long into it. It felt like hours, but I would say somewhere between 10 to 15 minutes into the shooting, I felt a sudden burning sensation in my leg and then into my arm.
Tell us which leg.
It was my left calf.
Is this the calf that was closest to the seat in front of you, which, as you were positioned, would have been closest to the screen?
Yes, sir.
And you said you felt pain in your arm as well. Which arm?
It was my right arm.
Was this the arm you had previously described as propping yourself up?
Yes, sir.
At the time that this happens, what's going through your head?
I tried to ignore the pain and try to stay in the same position that I was in, but then the pain got too unbearable, and I look down at my leg, and I see this big gaping hole in my calf.
When you describe the pain, what words would you use?
The sensation was beyond actually explaining. It's just a hot, burning sensation, and it felt like as if somebody was taking a rusted railroad nail and jamming it into my leg.
You look down, you see a big hole in your leg.
Yes.
Are you bleeding?
Profusely, yes.
What else did you notice about yourself?
I noticed my right arm had a similar big gaping hole as well. Almost believed that my arm was completely blown off. Once I saw the gunshots, I continued to move onto my back, and I told Brandon and Denise that I was shot.
Now, while you're doing this, and I presume this is all in like just rapid succession, are you still hearing gunshots?
Yes.
Still hearing screaming?
Yes.
You're not able to prop yourself up anymore on your arm?
No, sir.
Did Brandon or Denise try to tend to your wounds while you hunkered behind those seats?
Yes. Once I got onto my back, Brandon grabs the shirt off Denise and tried to begin to make a tourniquet around my right arm as it was bleeding a ton. And I thought at first that my arm was dangling by a thread, but I was able to move my first 2 fingers, and so I knew somehow it was attached, but I couldn't tell.
Did you change your body position from how you were, as you described to us, hunkered over Denise?
Yes, I was. Once I got onto my back, we got the tourniquet on, and Denise would lay down right next to me, as laying down as flat as she can, and Brandon was on top of her.
Did Brandon try to do anything to tend to your leg wound?
He looked, and he actually was pushing the muscles and tissues that were hanging out of my calf and tried to push it back into my leg.
Are you on your back now?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you would, again, using this jury as the screen. Is your head facing to your right, their left, or the other way?
They were facing to my right. The seats were just to my left.
And where was your head pointed versus your feet?
My head was pointing towards the back into the aisle, but towards the seat.
You have any idea at that time what's going on around you with the other people?
During all of the screams, there was a point where I can see between the seats. I can see the theater, and I saw a figure between the seats. I had to assume that it had to be the shooter from his stance, and that I can tell that he was carrying a weapon across his chest.
Could you tell, based on your experience with the M16, if that weapon was about that same shape and size as what you recall?
During the time, I couldn't say if it was a M16 or any sort of a other weapon, but I can tell it had a long barrel.
Okay, like an M16.
Yes.
You said you could see between the seats. If you would, for us, can you hold your hands up in front of your eye to give us some idea of the spacing that you were looking through?
Spacing is very narrow, which I would probably give myself maybe this much of viewing distance between the seats.
Now you're holding up your hands there, and I'm going to ask you to guesstimate. I hate doing this, but if you had to put a measurement on that distance, what would it be?
I would say a few inches.
Okay. As you're laying back there, you're looking through the seats, you see this figure, and I'll ask you to describe that figure in a moment. What's going through your mind?
At the time, I believe the figure, he was walking around, and I can see him pointing the gun in a circular motion. Looked like he was searching for more people.
Are you scared?
Yes, and terribly scared.
What are you thinking?
My thought process was that he was searching for other people, and that he was going to start going row by row, and he was going to, anybody that he would see in that row that was still moving, he would shoot.
This is your fear?
Yes.
I want you to do us a favor, too, if you can. I want you to look in this courtroom, and I want you to point to something and tell us what it is that you think is about the distance from you, looking between those seats, to the figure you saw. And I realize we're flat here, and this is more elevated, but give us some sense of the distance.
I guess if the best distance I could say would be, if I'm facing in this direction from the seats, it would have to be probably a little bit further than the that far corner.
And the way you're gesturing with your hand, there's a clock on the wall. Is that the corner you're talking about, or the one in the far end of the courtroom?
I would say probably just a little bit further to the right of the clock.
Okay. I'm going to ask you for a favor. With the court's permission, I'd like you to come down off of the stand for a couple purposes. I'm going to have you use this exhibit here to show us where you were seated.
Yep.
And then I'd like you to demonstrate for the jury the movements you saw the figure make, okay?
Yes, sir.
Judge, is that okay?
That's okay. Do you want to give him a handheld microphone, or do you want to hold?
I do.
Okay.
With the court's permission.
Yes, there's a handheld microphone right there. Do you mind using it?
Yeah.
And if you would speak into it, please. And Mr. King, obviously you're free to move as well.
First off, if you would, sir, and what's this exhibit number? Oh, great. I know I'm supposed to see something here.
Okay.
Oh, thank goodness. People's Exhibit 1087, which we're using for demonstrative purposes, and I appreciate there's only a portion of the jury that can see this. Your Honor, could you ask, so I can move it less, who cannot see the interior part of this?
I think you.
Here's what I'm going to ask for you, sir, first. Two things. We're going to have to do this, I think, twice to get the jury. Would you indicate for us where you and Denise and Brandon were sitting? And then the next thing I want you to indicate, you can speak into the mic, is tell us where you saw that figure moving around, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Brandon?
You're good.
So, the best of my recollection is that Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here, as close as we can to the middle of the seats. The figure that I saw was in this general facility here, the flattest part of right next to the entrance and the exits of the theater.
We'll do it one more time, all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for this. So would you do that again for us?
So Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here of the theater seats. And the figure that I saw was in this area here closest to the exit and to the entrance of the theater.
Can I have that microphone? Because here's what I want to ask you to do. I want you to treat your cane, if you could, like the weapon that you saw that figure holding. If you can, and I don't know if you can move like this, can you show the jury how that figure was patrolling around this area there?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Go ahead, sir.
So if my cane is the weapon, I can see him with the gun, holds it up to his chest, and he was pointing down to the ground, looking for other people.
Thank you. And sir, you can resume your seat. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
How long were you able to observe him doing those types of movements that you just demonstrated for us?
Very short intervals. It was like seeing like a freeze frame, since the vision I had was so narrow, and he was moving around.
And so, were you constantly looking between the seats, or did you look at other things too?
I was basically moving my head. I was looking at Brandon Denise. I was staring into the ceiling, and I was looking between the seats.
Did you ever lose sight of that figure with what you believe to be a rifle?
Yes, I did.
And do you know where that figure went?
I do not.
How long were you laying there on your back?
It seemed like forever, but if I had put a timestamp on it, I would say probably 30 minutes.
That's what it seemed like to you?
Yes, it seemed like hours, though.
Did you have a sense of the people behind you or around you as you laid on your back?
No, I was still focused on Brandon Denise and looking through the seats. I wasn't observant of anybody else that was behind me or around me. The only thing here was the screens.
Talk to us about what happens after that.
Once the lights and everything came on, the movie stopped, and the lights came on, and the fire alarm finally stopped. Our first was we had to think that the person that was there had been gone, and we wanted to get Denise out of there as fast as we can. So Brandon grabbed Denise, and we looked, and he said, "Get her out of here." And she grabs her. Brandon grabs Denise and goes, and gets her out of the theater as fast as he can.
Are you able to get up and go?
No.
Because of your injuries?
Correct.
What would you do?
During the time I was waiting, I looked behind me, and there was a body. And I can tell he was still alive, but he was having a really hard time. So I began to, with as best as I could, to crawl to the person behind me. It was a gentleman, and I couldn't get to him as close. I would reach out and I would grab his foot, and I would shake it, and I was screaming at him, "Stay with me, because it looked like it could have been a matter of minutes before if he was gone." So I believe that the best I could have done was to try to keep him with me until police and ambulance arrived.
Let's back up a little bit on that. You said he was behind you.
Correct, in the same aisle.
In the same aisle?
Yes.
So as your head is pointed towards what would be the jury's right, your left.
Correct.
How far away is he from you?
Several feet.
How did you crawl over to him with your bad arm and your bad leg?
I took my left arm, and I would basically try to grip the floor and pull myself as best as I can, and use my right leg to push as well.
This person, was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
Do you remember anything else about that man?
I do not.
What they were wearing, how old they were, color of their hair?
It looked like probably close to the same age as I was. Darker hair, May had some facial hair. I couldn't describe what kind of clothing he was wearing because of all the blood.
Was that person still seated in their seat?
No, he was laying on his side, on his back as well, flat.
And could you hear him making any noises?
I can tell he was gasping as much as he can for air. So I knew he had been shot someplace that was life-threatening.
Were you ever able to see an injury?
I couldn't from my angle, no.
So you said you did what to try to keep him with you?
I grabbed his foot, and I would tug on his leg, and I was screaming at him to stay with me.
How long did you do that before help arrived?
Probably 5, maybe up to 5 minutes.
What happened?
The first police officer came down the row, and he wanted to grab me and take me out. And I told him, no, don't take me first. Get this guy out of here first. He's worse off than me.
Did they?
Yes.
How long did you end up laying there before someone else came along to help you?
Probably no longer than a minute or two.
Tell us what happened.
When the next police officer came over to me, he looked and he was afraid to move me because of my injuries. And I looked at him and I told him, pick me up, get me out of this theater. I reached out to my hand and I told him, just pick me up with my left hand. And so he continued to grab my arm, and I lifted myself up with my good right leg, and he put my arm around him and began to stumble or walk and tried to carry me out into the exit.
Were you able to get out of the theater?
Yes.
Did you have any other different sense of your pain at that time?
At the time, no. I know I was still in pain, but it still hasn't hit me just yet.
Tell us about it. You get outside the theater and what happens?
The first thing he does is he lays me out, and I believe it was the first spot he saw because he laid me on this little rock pile, which to me was a bad idea because once he put me on the rock pile, I literally had to start picking little pebble rocks out of my leg and out of my arm.
Did that hurt?
Very much so.
I should have asked you this before you got to the comfy rock pile, but do you remember what you were seeing in the theater as you were coming out with the officer?
Just a lot of blood and bodies and the screams.
Still going?
Still going.
You're in the rock pile for how long?
I would say maybe no more than 5 minutes before officers were saying, get him in the car, get him to the hospital and as fast as we can.
How'd they do that?
They pulled another police vehicle up. They grabbed one victim. I was assumed that he was probably critical, and they put him in the back seat. And then they picked me up and they put me into the front seat of the vehicle.
Why do you think the guy behind you was in critical condition?
He was very unresponsive, and his body was practically numb, and he didn't have any mobility at all.
You get in the car and you take off?
Yes. Well, just before the vehicle took off, and this is probably the only time I can really laugh about the whole situation, was we had the police officer in the back seat with the other victim and the driver, and the police officer in the back screamed, go, and I said, hold up, and I turned and I literally tried to grab the seatbelt to buckle myself in, and the officer looks like, I'm not going to give you a ticket.
Tell us about the drive out of that parking lot.
Once we began to start moving, there was so many other vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks, police officers. There was no way that we were going to go on any typical road. We stopped hopping on the curbs, driving over the grass, getting over. I remember seeing some sort of road construction a little bit, and he would just drive as fast as we can to the hospital.
Which hospital?
They took me to the Aurora South Hospital.
Did you get treated right away?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Once we finally arrived to the hospital, they proceeded to take the victim from the back seat, and then they grabbed me and they put me on a gurney or a flatbed with wheels, and they took me inside. And that's when my mind finally settled in and told myself, I've just been shot, and the pain just overwhelmed me completely.
What did it feel like?
Like laying on a bed of nails with somebody with a sledgehammer hammering my leg and my arm.
What did you do?
I started screaming for drugs to take the pain away.
They gave them to you right away?
No, they didn't. The first doctor, his first question was, "Do you have any military experience?" And I said, "Yes." He asked me, "Do you know what a triage is?" I'm like, "Yes." And he says, then you know that we have some more critical injured people here. I can't get to you right now." And I understood.
How long did you lay there in pain?
I couldn't tell exactly. It felt like maybe 20, 30 minutes, maybe even more, before a doctor was able to really see me. During the time, I believe a volunteer, she was a midwife, was there to try to keep me calm and keep me talking.
Did they ultimately get you some morphine, was it?
Yes.
And then what?
Once they finally gave me some pain medication, they moved me into a room, and they began to cut off the clothes off my back and my shorts, and to begin doing the dressing around my arm and my leg.
Yeah, I may approach the witness with several exhibits for identification. I'm going to, with the court's permission, show them to counsel. Sir, I am handing you what has been previously marked as People's Exhibits 2592, 4574, and 4582. The first big general question I want to ask you is, do you recognize what is contained in each one of those pictures?
Yes, sir.
Now that top picture, what's that number on there?
Number is 2592.
What is that a picture of?
This is the picture of my left calf.
You do me a favor with that pen up there and write left calf somewhere in the margin of that exhibit. Oh yeah, I got it. That picture of your left calf, that's the calf that got hurt in the theater, yes?
Yes, sir.
Is this, it looks cleaned up, but is this pretty much how it looked after the injury?
This was after the doctors were cleaning up my injuries, but yes.
Is that how it looked back on July the 20th, 2012, other than the doctors having cleaned it up?
It was a lot worse than what this looked like.
This is improved?
Yes.
Okay. Do me a favor, too. Would you put today's date on it and then print your name on it as well so we know you're the one that this goes to?
I apologize. What's today's date?
I think it's the 29th.
29th?
Yep. April.
While he's doing that, Mr. Bruckler, I'm going to need to take a break here pretty soon. Do you want me to allow you to wrap up, or do you want to take a break now?
Your Honor,
You can wrap up in within 5 minutes or so.
maybe not 5, but within 10.
All right, can everybody hold on for 10 minutes? Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Sir, take us to the next picture behind that one and tell us what number's on there.
This is 4574.
What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my right forearm.
Can you do us a favor? Same thing you did on that last exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Write down right forearm, today's date, and print your name on it. Did that?
Yes, sir.
Is that how your arm looked back on July the 20th, 2012?
No, this is a picture of after the doctors had cleaned it up.
Other than that qualification that it's much cleaned up, does that accurately represent the injury that you had from the theater?
Not even close. It looked a lot worse than this.
Would this show us what it looked like after the doctors cleaned it up and fixed it a little bit?
The closest, yes.
Okay. There's one more picture back there. What number is that?
This is 4582.
Before we talk about what's in 4582, I just want to get you through the treatment that you had to address those injuries because it goes to how we fixed your arm. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How many surgeries did you end up having?
I've had 5 surgeries during the 3 weeks I was in the hospital.
During one of those surgeries, did you have to get skin grafts?
Objection. Relevance.
Goes absolutely to his injury, Judge, that we'll display to the jury.
All right, why don't counsel approach, please? Okay, the objection is overruled, but Mr. Proctor, you must proceed as indicated here at the bench, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, the skin graft I want to get you to is the one that they did to fix your arm, okay?
Correct.
To do that, I have to ask you if you have or had a tattoo on your back.
Yes, I do have a tattoo on the back of my left shoulder. It was a birthday present from my mother on my 18th birthday of my high school nickname.
Which was what?
Bird.
And what go ahead.
Representing after Larry Bird, the basketball player.
Okay. Tell us what it was, a tattoo of what kind of bird?
It was just a bald eagle with my nickname printed.
Now look back at that last exhibit we were talking about. And again, what was the number?
4582.
What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of the tattoo removal of the back of my left shoulder.
So that is not how the tattoo looked before July the 20th, 2012 at the theater?
No, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with one more exhibit?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what has been previously marked as People's Exhibit 2593. Would you take a look at that and tell us if you recognize what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is a picture of my right arm after the surgeries.
Now, each of those pictures that we just described, the one of your back post-surgery and the one of your arm post-surgery, do those accurately reflect what they looked like post-surgery?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, forgive me, on that picture that I had you circle where you were seated on that theater thing, can you just write your name on that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Bruckner, I don't believe he has circled anything on the diagram. If you're referring to 1198, I think he was pointing at it with the pointer, but not. I don't believe he marked anything on the pen.
Your Honor, during that time, I went ahead and made a circle of the diagram.
All right, he's done it now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to, forgive me, can I grab those from you so I can read the numbers rather than all of them? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to this time move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1198, 2593, 2582, 4574, and 2592 into
You
evidence.
said 2582, and I think you may have meant 4582. Is that right? Is it 45?
It's 4582.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any objection to those exhibits?
Just
You want to see? Yeah, sure.
I'm a little confused about the numbers. I have noticed H objection to 4582, and I have no objection to 593. My recollection was first, the witness said that 4574 and 592 did not actually July 20th.
I'll let you follow up on those two. I think he gave answers that indicated what Mr. King just said, and I'm not sure that it was clarified. So I'll let you ask further clarification.
Other than those two, Your Honor, are 4582, 2593, and 1198 admitted.
They are. They're admitted without objection, and they may be published unless you want to see clarification first of the other two photos.
I would, Your Honor. Thank you. Hey, sir, on 4574, take a look at that. That is which part of your body?
This is a picture of my right forearm.
You've indicated that it looked far worse than that on July the 20th. Fair?
Correct.
Other than that, is that a fair representation of the injury after July the 20th as it was being treated?
Yes.
Is there any other better representation that you're aware of the injury that you suffered in the theater in a picture?
Objection calls for speculation.
As far as you know, he's asking if you know.
That I know from the in the theater that my injuries looked far worse than what I've seen here in the picture.
Is this as good as it's going to get for us?
The goodness it's going to get, I believe, yes.
I asked you then if I could give you 2592, sir. Same questions. Are you aware of any other photograph that gives us even close to an indication of the injury you suffered on July the 20th, 2012, other than that photo?
This would be
lacks foundation as to what this witness knows about what photographs they have.
Within your knowledge, sir, as far as you know, all you can do is testify within your knowledge and not speculate.
Yes, this is the best picture of my injury from that night.
Here, I'm going to move for the admission of those two exhibits into evidence.
Given that additional record, any other objection, Mr. King, with respect to those two?
No additional objection.
All right. Since there's no additional objection and the witness has now clarified the testimony, both are now admitted. 592 and 4574, and all five of them may be published.
What I'd like to ask of the court in light of what's in those pictures is that we not do it through the automated system, the digital system, if the court would allow, and at the conclusion of his testimony, publish them the old school way.
I think I ruled on that, didn't I? I mean, I thought aren't we all on the same page now as to how we're going to try these graphic images?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, let's do them the way my order says we're going to do them.
Oh, yeah, Your Honor, Mr. Orman's clarified for me. They're not deceased people. They're only graphic in terms of the injuries that they show.
I've ruled that if you want to publish him, publish him.
Okay, Your Honor. Amber, let me see. May I retrieve them, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you publish for us, ma'am, People's Exhibit 2592? Which part of your body is this?
This is a picture of my left calf.
Ma'am, would you please publish People's Exhibit 4574?
picture of my right forearm.
Ma'am, 4582, please. Tell us what this is, sir.
This is a picture after the surgery of them removing the tattoo back of my left shoulder.
Okay, thank you. With the court permission, Your Honor. Can you put up 2593, ma'am? What's that?
This is a picture of after the surgery of them removing the tattoo back of my left shoulder that's now on my right forearm. On top and below are it's a skin flap and then 2 skin grafts on the top and below of the tattoo.
If I had you roll up your sleeve right now, is that how your arm looks, sir?
Yes.
Is it going to get any better?
No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bruckler. You can put him down there. Mr. King, do you know if you're going to have some questions?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and it doesn't look like the jury has questions. All right, give us just a second, sir. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? Sir, the jury has submitted some questions, and based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, I find that they are appropriate. One of them, I find it's appropriate with a modification, and so I'm going to ask it as modified by me. The first question is, When the shooter seemed to be looking around, did you say he was only looking down to the ground around him, or was any movement to the upper areas at that time? Or was the view too small to be sure of that?
The view was definitely too small to be sure of that. The figure looked like he was having the barrel up to his shoulder and actually looking for people on the ground.
All right, the next question is, did the shooter seem to move as if in a hurry or methodically, carefully?
He was definitely moving slowly, actually, to the point he was actually trying to search people in the roads.
I'm going to object as to speculating about what the state of mind of the I have no objection to descriptions of what the individual was doing in the theater, but to infer what the state of mind was is beyond this.
All right, I think he's answered the question anyhow. Any follow-up questions, Mr. Brockler?
None, sir.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. King?
No.
All right, sir, thank you very much. May he be released from his subpoena, Mr. Brockler?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
None.
All right, sir, thank you very much. All right, folks, we are long overdue for a break, and I appreciate your patience. Please keep all my admonishments in mind during the break, but enjoy the break. We'll take 20 minutes, okay? Thank you. To reflect that the jury has now left the courtroom, everyone may be seated. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time, Mr. Brockler? Anything from you?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the defense, Mr. King? All right, thank you. Enjoy the break. I'll see you in 20.
This is work life. Juggling everything that comes with the job. Routine stuff, pay stubs, benefits, schedules, and meaningful stuff like taking care of loved ones, culture, colleagues, training, growth. It's tough to keep it all straight, but you can help by giving employees the right tools to better manage all aspects of their work life. Centric Workforce Employee and Manager Self-Service does just that by making work life more open and by giving the power to control personal HR data to the people who know it best. Right from the homepage, employees can access time cards, pay stubs, as well as time off requests and balances in just one click. In this transparent environment, everyone has greater access to new opportunities, and they can make sure that their records truly reflect their skills and achievements, making it easier for you to help them grow and prosper. With ESS and MSS, employees can take greater control of their work life, personal information, professional information, and their future. While you can use this new open environment to make tasks like open enrollment less of a hassle for everyone, all without ever sacrificing the control you need to set user permissions and keep yourself in the loop. Schedule a walkthrough today to see how employee and manager self-service can bring work life into balance for everyone, even you.
And Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. Before we bring the jury in, let me just address the last set of photographs that were published. Part of the concern I had with the People's Motion P-118 is that it included some graphic images but not others, and I made that concern clear in my order. The motion seemed to want some graphic images, those related to deceased individuals, to be treated one way, but then graphic images related to surviving individuals treated a different way. I don't mind if there's no objection. If you folks want me to treat additional graphic images in the same way, I don't mind doing that. So if you want to publish graphic images, even if they were not the subject of Motion P-118 and Order P-118B, but you want to publish them in the same fashion, in other words, not on the large screen that's picked up by the CCTV camera, but by the other two screens, we can do that if there's no objection. And all you have to do is indicate that before you publish it. If there's an objection, then the defense should make the objection at that time. But if there's no objection, I don't have an issue doing that, okay? All right. Are you ready for the jury, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring him in. Okay, the record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Everyone may be seated, please. Mr. Orman, call your next witness, please.
Officer T.J. Campagna, Your Honor.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do so swear.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names.
My full name is Thomas Joseph Campagna, spelled Thomas Thomas Campagna, Campagna.
Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Who do you work for?
City of Aurora Police Department,
How long have you been a police officer with Aurora?
12 years.
How about before that, were you a police officer with any other agency?
I was not.
I want to ask you questions about the early morning hours of July 20th, 2012. What was your duty assignment at the time? In other words, where were you assigned with the police department?
I was assigned to the Summer Task Force,
What was the summer task force?
basically a complement to patrol,
Which shift were you working?
a swing shift.
Tell us what that is, when the hours are.
3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And were you one of the responding officers to the shootings at the Aurora Century 16 Theater?
Yes.
What time did you first hear about something going on at the theater?
Radio transmission was 0:39 hours, I believe.
What does that mean in real people time?
Midnight, just after midnight, 39 minutes after midnight.
So would 0:39 be 12:39 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. If you give us any more times, could you just talk in like regular time and not police time?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you when you first got the call?
I was at the city jail on an unrelated arrest.
How far is the city jail from the theater?
So I'd say less than a quarter of a mile.
Now, were you actually like deep inside the jail, or were you at the front of the jail?
In the booking area of the jail, so deep.
And what were you actually doing? I don't need you to tell us about this other guy, but what were you doing there?
Booking a prisoner in on a warrant.
When you heard the call, were you able to leave right away?
No, we weren't. The person that we were booking in was in on a drug charge. Person needed to be searched and cleared by the jail before they let us go. They actually held us there what seemed like a period of time just because of what was going on the radio, but it ended up, I'm sure it ended up being seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds that they wouldn't actually let us leave and unlock the door for us to get out.
Would it be fair to say you expedited that booking process?
Yes. As much as we could.
Tell me then about getting from the jail to your car and into the theater. How did that work?
Exit the jail, into the police car, lights and sirens. Whoever drove, I forget who drove, but whoever drove turned on the lights and sirens, and we responded to the jail, West Alameda, southbound Sable.
You say you don't remember who drove. Were you with a fellow officer?
Yes, a fellow officer, Officer Luke Mossberg.
Can you spell that last name?
Mossburgh.
If we could please, I believe, Your Honor, 4741 is admitted, and if I'm correct about that, I'd like to publish that this time.
Let me check. Do you show 4741 admitted? Yes, we both do. My staff and I both do. So yes, it is admitted.
Can we put that up, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Why don't you take a look around, and once you're done pouring your water, at this image here, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Just so the jury knows, where would the jail be in relation to this picture?
And if you need to stand up and point, there's a pointer to your right and there's a handheld microphone behind you that you can use, or you can keep your voice up.
Okay. I'll keep my voice up.
Okay.
So, city jail would be, it's off the picture actually. This is a bus depot. And then to the north and east, so up here, would be the jail and the District 2 headquarters.
And that street that's running north and south to the right of the photograph, what street is that?
Sable Boulevard.
Can you describe, using this picture, when you first get onto this, the route that the police car you were in took and where you ended up stopping?
So police car, we drove from the city jail up here, westbound Alameda, southbound Sable.
How'd you get into the theater complex?
It became congested once we got to this area. This road has a median in it.
And just for the record, you're gesturing to a...
Center Point Drive.
Okay. Please continue.
Okay. Once we arrived in this vicinity, we noticed, Officer Mossberg and I noticed that there was no way to get any further in. We both elected at the same time, almost simultaneously. Let's just park here. So we parked at the would be northeast corner, or southwest corner of Sable and Center Point.
Did you actually park in the street?
I think we kind of jimmied it up on the sidewalk a little bit.
All right. Why don't you take a seat again? We can take that down. Now, did you receive any information on the way to the theater that made you think you needed to get your gas mask?
Yes, officers were inside at that point, radioing that they needed gas masks. One sergeant used an expletive gas mask, so it was very stuck out in our heads that we needed them.
When the car got parked, did you try to get your gas mask out?
I did.
Why don't you tell us what happened when you did that?
Once the car was parked, I went to the trunk where we keep our equipment. Tried to get it out of the trunk, and through the evening's activity, it must have shifted. Things must have shifted on top of it. It was difficult to get out. In order to get there quickly, I felt that it wasn't important enough to get the gas mask from the trunk. It was just too hard, and I felt like I was wasting time. So I left it. I didn't bring it with me.
What did Officer Mossberg do?
He was gone already. He took off.
How long do you think you took trying to get your gas mask?
10 seconds.
Then tell me about where you went from the car parked at Center Point and Sable after you tried to get the gas mask to get towards the theater. Tell me what you did.
From that corner, I went south and west. There's a berm up to the theater parking lot. From there, I kept going south and west. I used to work at the theater, and I knew where 9 was, so I went to the east side of the theater.
Actually, can we put up 4741 again, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Why don't you demonstrate what you're talking about?
Okay. So, parked here, spent time trying to get the gas mask out and left it. This kind of, I don't know if you can see it, but this kind of a dirt berm right here and grass. And the quickest way there was just to go up it. And I ran through this parking lot to the rear or east of the theater.
Okay. And if we could, Your Honor, I believe it's already been admitted, if we could please put up 4739.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, why don't you use the microphone here? There's a handheld microphone right there. Do you see it right over here?
Yes.
And if you would speak into it, please, when you're away from the microphone right there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You need to turn it on. There's a button on there. There you go.
So, yep.
Okay. This is a little closer view. Why don't you demonstrate the route you took and where you went?
Okay. So, this is basically we were parked up here now. So, being parked up here, I ran straight this way to the rear of the theater.
So sort of down that area with the parking stripes and where it curves around towards the where that dumpster area is behind the theater?
Yes.
And if you can, you see that sort of sidewalk out there with the parking stripes that's directly attached to the theater?
Yes, on the east side here.
Actually, go a little farther down.
Right
there, yeah. Well, up there a little bit. There you go. Did you see any injured people up there when you approached?
There were injured people sitting, standing here, from here, to here.
Okay, so all the way sort of from that emergency exit door to Theater 9 from the corner of the theater.
This entire piece of sidewalk.
Okay. Why don't you sit down? I might ask you a couple more questions about this picture, so we can just leave that up for a minute. Tell me now about what you saw, the injured people that you saw as you were approaching the door to the Theater 9.
There were, I didn't take account, there were several people, it seemed, in that, from that corner where I pointed to that spot ending outside the theater, several people wounded, wounds ranging from scratch to holes to not able to walk because of the holes to just quite the scene.
Were other officers or anyone else present assisting those people?
Yes, other officers were.
Did you start participating in that?
I did.
Tell us what you did.
Basically, visual assessment to the best of my ability, whether or not they needed help. Did they need to be taken to a transport vehicle? Did they need to be basically seeing who needed what at what point? Kind of triage, but it wasn't triage because I'm not medically trained, but almost visually who might have needed more help over another.
If you saw someone that looked like they needed a lot of help, what'd you do?
Stopped and motioned, hey, help this guy, let's get this person some help, please. Kind of yelling and motioning to the person.
Did you help any of them get into any type of vehicle?
Later on, yes, I did.
Was this before or after you went into the theater?
I went inside the theater.
All right, let me stop you there for a second. When you helped people, was that before or after you went into the theater?
Intermittently, I was in and out.
All right, so I want to break this down then.
Okay.
The first time where you're outside and you first started helping assess people, at that point in time, did you help anybody into vehicles?
No.
Okay. How long would you say you spent out there assessing people and seeing if they needed help?
Not long. It was in passing. I felt needed inside the theater. They did not say they were done with checks for other assailants. They didn't say they were done helping people inside. It seemed as if that was this portion of the scene that needed the most attention at that point.
So we can take that down. Thank you. Tell me then about going into the theater, and I want you to sort of describe going into that little walkway that goes into the emergency exit, what you might have seen, and then entering the theater, what you've seen and experienced.
The range of emotion and sight, sound, smell it smelled very, very bad. It smelled like fecal matter mixed with urine, mixed with blood, mixed with sweat. It's hard to explain unless you smelled it. It's a horrible smell.
Where was that? Where did you smell that horrible smell?
From running from my car to the sidewalk, the smell got stronger and stronger as I went toward the rear entry to the theater, the actual Theater 9.
How about once you went inside?
It was overwhelming, along with tear gas that had been some sort of gas that was making my eyes tear, my nose start to run, a lot of saliva in my mouth from it.
While you were going into the theater and getting in there, did you notice anything unusual on the ground?
Yes. In going in, actually inside the theater, I saw a AR-15 style rifle on the ground, along with a pink flip-flop, like a shoe next to it. Underneath those it was coated. It looked like the sidewalk was painted red.
With what?
With what appeared to be blood, what smelled like blood, what looked like blood.
All right, you saw the AR on the ground as you were walking in. What did you see on the ground as you walked in?
As I walked in, it's a vestibule. As you enter, you have to turn right. And as you made the turn right and came in, the ground, I could feel the ground sliding beneath my feet. It was shiny, coated with liquid, probably fecal matter, blood, and urine. Along with it were cartridges, 223 cartridges, so full of the bullet and the casing. Several scattered all over the entry ground area, and as you went into the theater, they were more prevalent. Empty casings of 223 cartridge rifles, or rifle rounds, excuse me. 40 caliber pistol rounds, shotgun shells, both spent and not spent. There was a shotgun. It looked to what be a Remington 870, which is our patrol shotgun, so it's a familiar sight.
But where was the shotgun?
Shotgun was inside as you walked in.
How far from that emergency exit would you say?
10 feet.
And did you see any shotgun rounds on the ground near the shotgun? Or shells?
In that general area of it is where all the shells that I had mentioned and cartridges that I had mentioned were mixed, intermingled, were the 223 casings, the pistol casings, and the shotgun shells.
Sort of all in the same area?
Yes.
Normally, when you approach a crime scene of this nature, or of any nature, and you see things like shells on the ground, guns on the ground, do you take measures not to interfere with that evidence?
It's obvious evidence, or obviously something that's a portion of that crime scene that we don't try not to touch it, if at all possible, to even watch our steps so that we don't disturb the location in which they lay.
Was that possible here?
It wasn't possible to avoid every casing, no. It was definitely possible to be aware of the shotgun and the rifle and the flip-flop, that you could make a conscious effort to step around those items.
How about the casings?
It was an impossibility. It was coated. The floor was coated with casings and cartridges.
So do you think you and other officers may have kicked them around a little bit?
Yes.
How about the fleeing people?
I'm sure.
All right, so you've described what you saw on the ground as you were walking in and as you came in. I'd like you now to describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the lighting and the ambiance of lighting was like in theater and the noise that you might have heard. Tell us about that.
The noises were varying. At that point, the smoke alarm had gone off, or the fire alarm had gone off, and in a building like that, they've got audio, like audible alarms that were so heavy that it hurts your ears. It actually physically hurts your ears when they go off. Not to mention the flashing, it's like a fluorescent blue light that's emitted from each alarm as well. So it's blinking lights, and the movie was actually still running as well.
Did you hear any screams from people or anything like that?
No, just officers.
When you went into the theater, did you see any other officers?
Yes.
How many would you say?
Several.
How about injured people? Did you see injured people?
Yes.
Did you take any efforts to help any of the injured people?
I did.
Tell us about that.
It was the same type of responses outside the theater. There were several unresponsive people inside the theater when I got in there. It almost seemed as if they were done
taking out people that were responsive, and now people were focusing more on unresponsive parties.
Did you help carry anybody out?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
At one point I found myself outside the theater again to check progress everywhere. So I was outside standing on the sidewalk that I had indicated before. There were officers, there was a set of officers carrying a woman out, and the woman was almost to the point of unconsciousness. I could hear her groaning, but there were officers on each of her limbs, just to say that each of them were holding a limb to carry her out. She was unable to do it herself. She was unable to ambulate or crawl, or however she may have gotten out on her own. She couldn't do it. Those officers were struggling to keep her in their grasp because she was covered in blood and sweat, so much so that her skin basically became lubricated from it. And they were struggling to get her out, and I was fearful that one looked rather fatigued in getting her out, that I took his place basically, and the only way to keep her in my grasp was to concentrate on holding her at the wrist. I took one of her arms, concentrate holding her at the wrist so that my hand could keep shut on that area so that it wouldn't get bigger to lose her hand. And that was about 50 feet or so from, maybe less, from a patrol car waiting to take her to the hospital.
So did the other officers actually already have her out of the theater at this point?
He was out. This happened outside the theater, yes.
And where did you and the other officers take her?
We worked to get her into the patrol car. It was rather hard. She couldn't help herself get in. So another officer went around to the other side of the car, got in the back seat, and as we were kind of getting her close, that other officer grabbed her and kind of pulled her into the car.
And then what happened?
The door was shut, and they took off for one of the hospitals that everybody was going to.
Do you know who that was, that victim?
I don't remember her name. And at this point, I wouldn't try to speculate it.
Could you describe what she looked like and what injuries you saw, other than the blood?
It was hard to tell her injuries, other than they were severe enough to make her lose consciousness or be close to losing consciousness. She was a larger woman. She had on what I think were black kind of sweatpant material and a t-shirt. She might have had like a black cardigan on over that.
After you helped get this woman into the vehicle and they took her away, what did you do?
She was gone, and I returned back to the people waiting outside the theater, or the people waiting to be taken, victims waiting to be taken outside the theater.
Did you see anyone in particular that you tried to assist?
There was one young lady, really slight young woman, very small, had a bullet wound to one of her legs, and I forget which one it was, I'm sorry. The bullet wound was it seemed to be causing her a lot of not only pain but anxiety. Her jugular and her neck was pulsating so rapidly that, I mean, it was odd to see such a little neck have such a big pulse in it. It looked different. It looked odd, and she was breathing rather rapidly. Her chest was rising and falling in big breaths, up and down and up and down and up, and I mean never giving herself one rest breath at all. It concerned me that she was going to put herself either into shock, was in shock, was going to pass out. She looked worried. I sat next to her and tried to get her to focus on my eyes, my voice, to try to calm her into at least some other state that she wasn't so anxious before we got her into a car to leave.
Do you know who this was?
Her name was Jasmine Kennedy.
Did you manage to calm Miss Kennedy down?
I think somewhat. honestly, I don't know what effect that had on her, other than just to sit and talk to her for a second. Reassure her that she was alive, she was okay, in the sense that she hadn't passed away yet. So it was a conversation I don't remember most of the details of, but it seemed to take effect for her. And then as we were talking, I got word that more vehicles were available for transport.
So did you get her into a vehicle?
Did. I picked her up like a child, and was actually kind of the path I took responding into the parking lot was the same path I ran to. It was actually Sergeant Yorchek's police expedition that was waiting at the northern end of that side of the parking lot.
Can we put up 4739 again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why don't you show us on this where you first saw Ms. Kennedy, and then where you took her to and into Sergeant Yorchek's car?
Okay. So back here in this vicinity.
Okay, and that's sort of
closer to the theater exit.
Okay. That's along that.
That's along that piece of sidewalk we discussed.
Where'd you take her?
Sergeant Yorchek was waiting near this portion of the parking lot right here.
And so tell us what you did then there.
Just ran her from this location to that location, put her in the front passenger seat of the expedition, and we had spoken about her mother and how worried she was going to be, or how she expressed a need to call her mother at the point that we were sitting together on the sidewalk. So I said, "Get your phone out, call your mom, let her know that you're going to the hospital." Yelled at Sergeant Yorchek and said, "Sir, where are you taking her?" He said that I think Children's, if I remember correctly. And so she called or was in the process of calling as they left.
Now, was Jasmine Kennedy a kid, or was she a small adult? Because you said she was a small person.
I've forgotten her age, sir, but I seem to remember that she said she was a teenage age of some sort.
After you got Miss Kennedy into the car up in that corner area, where'd the car go? Did you see it leave?
The police car?
Yes.
Yes, out of the parking lot.
Did it drive over that grass area or up the parking lot?
I don't remember. He left. I remember focusing on her. Last thing I remember her seeing was raising the phone to her ear, and I turned around and went back to this area right here behind the theater.
Into the grassy area or back to the theater?
This area right here, where I contacted Miss Kennedy before.
Okay, you can sit down again. Thank you. We can take that down. So when you went back there to that area, what did you do?
It seemed that everything was kind of subsiding at that point. The meeting of officers to decide who was going to secure the inside of the theater.
Who was that going to be?
It was myself and Officer Jeremy Stenerson.
And where'd you go to do that?
We went back inside the theater and actually sat in the front row.
Now, at some point, were you involved in taking the movie screen down?
I was.
When did that happen?
And that's what I have trouble with, the chronology when that happened. I want to say that it was before I had left to come out and contact Miss Kennedy. It probably was before I contacted the woman that we had to carry out 4 officers to her one person. We were concerned with people inside, other people, whether they be victims or other assailants, and it was decided that the theater screen needed to come down to properly make sure.
Now, I guess most of the time when you go into a movie theater, you may not realize that there's something behind that screen, but you said you used to work in that theater. Is there a space behind the screen?
It's a void, yep. It's a void, and I'd say it's a decent void. It's a void almost as wide as the jury box.
So maybe 10, 15 feet?
I'd say 10's fair.
Tell us then, you said you were concerned you might have somebody behind that screen. What did you do to get that screen down? Tell us about that.
the screens are attached by springs. It's almost like it's a fabric that's attached by spring. The springs look like little trampoline springs. It's the only thing I could liken it to make sense. But once you kind of opened it from the whatever it was attached to, I felt it just give rather easily. I thought this whole thing will come down if we pull on it. So I did. I started to pull it. Other officers aided in doing so, and it came down. And halfway, it came down under its own weight. It was heavy enough to just break the springs itself.
Did you find anybody behind the screen?
There wasn't anybody else back there.
I want to go back to the point now you said that you and your fellow officer were going to be sort of standing guard in the theater. Where were you when that happened? Where did you stand guard?
We stood guard inside. It also sat in the front row of the theater seats.
Did you see any deceased people?
I did.
Where were they?
Throughout the theater. There were... So I'm sorry, I'm working out direction in my head. I'm just going to use right and left if that's all right.
Well, it's fair to say they were up in the stadium area.
They were up in the stadium area. There were two together, laying in there's kind of a portion where you walk in and it's separated by an aisle.
What we have this model here. Do you think it would be helpful?
It would.
May we, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
And we're gonna do this twice, but why don't you talk about this area where you saw the three bodies?
Okay. Excuse me.
You want to stand to the side so the jury
can see. So the jury can see.
Yeah.
The three bodies there were two in this area right here.
So sort of up here.
Like in front of these seats here.
Let me do this. Yeah. Okay. Why don't you describe where you saw the bodies?
Okay. Sure.
Okay. We're going to do this twice so the other side can see it.
Okay. So there was a man here.
And that's sort of in the first row of the stadium seating?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So just under at the foot of these seats, there's a man here. And I forget gender on the person laying. They were laying head to head. This person, I recall, was laid almost as if they fell to their knees and fell backward.
Okay.
So their feet were up under his rear end.
And that would be sort of to the right as you're looking at the screen in that first row of stadium seating?
That's correct. So if this was the screen right here, it's to the right. That's correct.
And where were the other ones you saw in that row?
In this row, there was another person here, and then coming down the stairs, there was a gentleman who was laying across these stairs.
So that first row of stairs on the left?
That's correct, up to the stadium portion.
And then were the other bodies above this in the stadium area?
Yes.
All right, let's shift this. And I need you to do that again. If you can show us where those bodies were in that first row and off to the side.
Okay. So, again, here, the one gentleman I had mentioned, the pointer's kind of going out on my fingers.
Okay.
Here was one man was laying. The one I had described, it looked like he was kneeling when he fell. And then another person here and another man right here along these stairs, laying head first. I forget on his back or stomach, I don't remember, but laying this way, kind of across these stairs, head pointing downward to the floor.
And in this flat area here at the bottom, did you see any dead people?
I don't recall that area, if I saw dead people here or not.
And how about up here in the remainder?
Yes, there were. There was a...
Why don't you sit down?
Okay.
Do you remember how many total you saw?
10.
Sorry.
10.
Where were you when you were standing guard?
We'd spent most of our time in the front seats, the actual seats between the void of the front of the theater and the screen, and the first row of seating we sat in the front.
How long were you there?
Till 4:40 in the morning, 4:40ish in the morning.
At some point, did they turn the movie off?
It was turned off during the initial evac of the people. At some point, it just went off.
At some point, do you remember if they turned the house lights on?
They did.
When was that?
I don't really remember. Sorry.
At some point, do you remember if they turned that fire alarm off?
Yes, they did.
When do you think that happened?
Pretty quick. Once the theater was cleared, it seemed as if when we went back inside to secure it, that they were off at that point.
I want to ask you about the time that you were guarding the theater or sitting in the front of it to make sure that it was secure. Were you allowing like the public or just anybody to come in there?
Nobody was allowed in.
How about other police?
Other police were allowed.
And did other police come in and out to work?
Yes.
Do you remember who?
I saw, and forgive me, we weren't close enough to actually, that particular theater has an entry into the theater from the top of the stadium seating. And a canine handler from another agency in a green uniform brought his canine through at one point.
And a canine would be a bomb sniffing dog?
Yes, a police service dog of some sort, yes.
I want to ask you about the time that you were seated there. Was the tear gas still in the air?
It had dissipated by then. It was my face was still affected a little bit. I still had tears that I remember wiping out, and some snot in my nose that was still kind of there, but I didn't need a tissue or anything at that point. So,
did you have a phone with you?
I had my cell phone. Yes, I did.
And is that a smartphone?
Yeah.
At some point while you were sitting there up until 4 a.m., did you check to see if news about what had happened in the theater had hit the news?
Yes.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is, Your Honor, it's going to put the next events in time because the next events he's going to talk about are relevant. I can approach if you want.
I'll trust that you'll do that. If there's another objection, Mr. King, make it right away. I'll give you some leeway.
Thank you. Did you check to see if it hit the news?
Yes.
Did it?
Yes.
After that happened, did you hear or see anything occur inside the theater while you were watching it?
Yes, we did.
What was that?
I did. There were several cell phones on the floor of the theater in the stadium seating near us, far away from us. There were a lot of cell phones in there, but one by one you could hear either a vibrate or a ring, like a ringtone, or songs that people had set for their ringtones that were ringing.
How long did that go on?
Intermittent.
Overruled. And with that additional record that has been made, the prior objection is overruled as well. Go ahead.
How long did that go on?
Intermittently throughout the period of time that I spent inside.
And you said you left around 4 in the morning?
Yes.
Was it still going on?
Yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
Mr. King, do you have any questions?
Questions, Your Honor.
All right. Let's see if the jury has any questions. Give us just a moment, okay?
Yes, Judge.
It doesn't appear that they do. All right. May this officer be released from his subpoena, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection, Mr. King? All right, sir. Thank you.
Good day.
Call your next witness, please. Oh, okay. testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name?
My name is Christina Angelique Blasch.
Can you spell your first, middle, and last name? Sorry, you were probably going to do that.
You're fine. So it's CHRISTINA. Angelique is ANGELIQUE. Blasch, BLACHE.
Ms. McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah. Morning.
Afternoon, morning.
Do you recall going to the Century Movie Theater?
I do.
After went to the early morning of July.
It did.
And tell us about July. What do you remember about that day?
Can you repeat the question, sorry?
Sure. What do you remember on the day of July? Prior to going to the movie?
I had to work.
You're soft-spoken.
Oh, sorry.
So I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone. We just had a witness who had a very low voice, and it could be heard easily, but you're soft-spoken, so I'll ask you to speak right into the mic, okay?
Hi.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Tish McGuire, ask the question again, please.
What do you recall about July 8th prior to that day?
I had to work. I previously worked at Red Robin. I was a manager.
And
yes, ma'am.
were you managing them too?
I was.
Who do you work with? That would have gone to the movie theater.
Okay. I went with Sully. He's the original reason that I went. And then Farrah, Heather, Tony, Bryson, Maria. If I spoke too fast, please let me know and I will repeat.
Probably slower for the part.
Okay, so I went with Farrah, Maria, Sully, Heather, Bryson, and Edgar. Sully was a mid-manager as well as a very good friend outside of work.
And you know his full name?
Alex Sullivan. We were going, I didn't know at the time why we were going, but it was his 27th birthday.
How did you get tickets?
We bought them once we arrived. Sully, Bryson, Tony, a few of them had already had tickets, so they ended up switching theaters to be in the theater with us.
What time did you get off work?
An exact time I can't give you, I can approximate. Approximately about 4 p.m.
What did you do?
We went and sat at the team member table. That's how I ended up finding out that they were going to the movie that night. Sully came in and he was super pumped about going to the movie, and he was just chatting it up. I'm like, oh my God, we're going to go to the Batman movie. And I asked if there was any room for me to go, because at the time I did not drive. So I would need a ride. So he said, sure, of course. I was like, well, can we swing by so I don't smell like burgers and fries? He said, yes, of course. And so we swung by my house, and then we headed to the theater. It's just a table where we go when we sit on break. So it's just a generalized table where only team members can sit, so that way we're not affecting other restaurant goers.
Ms. Tish McGuire, is your microphone on? Oh.
It is now, Your Honor. Right. Thank you very much. Apologize.
There you go.
Yeah, so this is at Red Robin. A team member table at Red Robin. Okay. So you're sitting around. Sully's telling you super excited about going to the movie theater. And then how do you end up getting to the theater that night?
Sully drove. So we stopped by my house, and then we went to the theater.
Right. Now, do you recall where you guys parked when you got to the theater?
Right in front.
Right in front? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for purposes as 4739. All right. This is an aerial diagram of the theater. And just to kind of orient you, this is the front of the movie theater, back of the movie theater. Does that seem correct to you from what you remember the movie theater you went to on July 19th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell me where you parked when you got there?
Well, Sully parked.
Well,
Sully parked. And then we parked right out.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Now, what did you do after you parked in the parking lot?
We went in to buy tickets.
And were you able to get tickets?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what theater number you got tickets for?
We got tickets for Theater 9, and then Sully and myself realized that they were in a different theater because the lady said their theater was full. So at that point, we discussed, it was probably about a 5-10 minute conversation trying to figure out what we were going to do, if we were going to split up or if we were going to go in the same theater. We decided that they would switch their tickets to come into the theater because that was the only way we could all sit together. And we are all a very close-knit group.
Now, when you're saying they, who's they?
The other two members. So Farah, Heather, Maria, Bryson, Tony. So everybody else that was going with us from Red Robin.
So they had to do a process to switch their tickets from a different theater to get into your theater, theater number 9.
Yes, ma'am.
So now what else did you do when you arrived at the theater that night while you were waiting for the movie to begin?
Well, we arrived really early.
Like that.
5:30.
You wanted really good seats.
Sully wanted really good tickets.
Okay.
And really good seats. So we went into the theater, got the tickets, and went and sat in line. They had a thing up against the wall right before you go into Theater 9. So we all sat right there, and we played cards. We went to the concession stand. We had snacks. Yeah, just the usual hangout with your friends.
And was the usual hangout on the floor of a movie theater for 5 hours?
For us, yes. For us, yes.
Now, were you actually inside the theater when you're talking about inside Theater 9, or were you outside the physical building?
We are not inside the theater at this point. At this point, we are up against the wall outside of Theater 9.
And what sorts of things are you doing, other than just chatting while you're out there?
We played some cards. I brought another board game. We went to the concession stand. We grabbed popcorn, some snacks. So.
Mm-hmm. Now, at what point in time were you able to go into the theater to get your seats?
An exact time, I'm going to have to approximate probably about 7:30 p.m.
And were you able to find seats at 7:30 p.m.?
Yes.
And where were you able to find some seats?
We tried to sit as close to center as possible. This was Sully's idea again. Wanted to be directly in the middle of the screen to be able to have the best view of the movie.
And were you able to get those seats?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you say it was approximately in the middle of the movie theater at that point?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
And do you recall where your actual seats were and where Sully's actual seats were?
Yes.
And where were those?
Row 12 and 13-ish.
And is that up in the stadium seating part?
Stadium seating, yes, ma'am.
And where your actual seats were you guys more towards the center, you and Sully, or were you towards a right aisle or a left aisle?
I was one seat away from Sully. He was dead center.
Okay. And were you to the right of him or to the left of him, if that's the movie theater screen right there?
To the left. To the left.
And what did you do once you got into the theater at 7:30 while you had all this time before the movie to begin?
Again, it was a friend hangout session. Multiple seat changes, people going and talking to the other people as they were arriving, because originally not everybody was able to show up right at 5:30 in the afternoon. So it was a steady flow of people showing up and talking and hanging out.
Now, can you tell me who actually came with you? When you arrived with Sully, was there anyone else directly with you at that point in time?
Sully and I arrived, and then Edgar and Jasmine as well.
Okay, and do you know Edgar and Jasmine's last names?
Edgar Nava and Jasmine Kennedy.
And then who do you remember arriving next?
That gets a little fuzzy because they kind of trickled in, so I'm not going to go and even try to guesstimate.
And that's fine. If you could, for us, since we didn't know their last names before, if you could tell us the last names then of people who started to arrive after that.
So it's Heather Snyder, Tony Bilipondo, Bryson Bilipondo, Maria Carbonell, Annalise, and she goes by either Padillo or Carbonell, and then Armando, Padillo, or Carbonell as well.
So that's your whole group at that point in time.
Farah Sudani, and then she had 2 people with her as well.
Do you know the names of those people?
I just know as Mike. I don't know last name.
And was one of them named Mike, or were both of them named Mike that were with her?
I don't know the second person's name. I just know one of them was named Mike.
So your friends start to arrive all different times. Do you remember anything particularly unusual happening before the movie began?
Before the movie started, I noticed a couple of the theater workers going up towards the front right-hand side of the theater to mess with a 3D glasses stand, and they moved it from one area to underneath where the projector screen is.
Anything other than movie theater workers doing their tasks in the movie theater?
No, ma'am.
And at some point in time, do previews actually begin for your movie?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about the previews of that particular movie?
So, my friend Sully stood up in the middle of multiple of the previews, but the one that I distinctly remember was the one we were talking about on the way to the theater, which was Superman. We had discussed, again, going to a midnight premiere of a superhero movie. He stands up and he's like, yeah, and like waves his hands in the air above his head and just hoots and hollers, and of course everybody else starts joining in because, again, if they're at Batman, they're going to be at Superman. Again, if they're going to be at Batman, they're probably going to be at Superman. So a bunch of people joined in, hooting and hollering. So,
anything else you remember particularly about the previews?
Nope, that was it.
And then at some point in time, does Batman: The Dark Knight Rises begin?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was it into your movie before something happened?
Approximately 15 minutes or so.
And do you have a particular memory of what scene was playing in the movie?
It was a fight scene between Batman and the Catwoman where she's trying to steal the jewels.
And when that scene was happening, what happened?
So, the first thing I remember at this point is a sound, like it goes poof, and it went up and over, and at first I thought it was antics. I thought it was like, because I've been to other midnight premieres and I've seen people dress up in costumes, I've seen them do little skits in the front, I've seen them throw t-shirts, so I just thought it was antics. I thought maybe it was like bats flying over, but I've heard that sound before, and I knew I'd heard it, but I ignored it. I continued watching the movie, and next thing I hear is metal clinks. It goes clink, rolling, clink. And you know when like metal rolls across like grit or dirt, or I heard it roll, and I knew that I'd heard that sound before. And so I hear it roll, clink again, roll, and clink again. And it shot up and over and landed like a couple rows ahead of me.
So when you just described it shooting up and over, if you were staring at the movie theater screen, again, pretend this is the movie theater screen, what direction does it come from?
From the right-hand side. And right-hand side, sorry.
And what direction does it go towards?
Towards the left-hand side, right, about a couple rows in front of me, so probably where she's sitting.
Now you just told the jury that you knew you had heard that sound before.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, could you place where you had heard that sound before?
Not at the time. Not at the time.
Yeah. Today, as you stand here today, do you know what that sound is from?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
That was a canister being shot.
And what kind of canister are you talking about?
A gas canister.
So after you hear that clinking, what's the next thing you remember?
Next thing I remember is starting to see muzzle flashes. And by muzzle flashes, I mean the thing you see when a gun fires. You see kind of, and it'll be described as fireworks too by people who have never seen this before. But you'll see a flash, and it's like a burst of light that comes from the end of a gun when it's being fired.
Now, muzzle flashes is a kind of particular term. Do you have particular experience with firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what sort of experience with firearms do you have?
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Okay, thank you. I went to Baghdad and have been in gunfire. I have seen it myself.
Why did you go to Baghdad?
Overruled.
I was in the military.
What branch of the military were you in?
Overruled.
Air Force.
And what sort of training and experience did the Air Force give you with firearms?
You have to qualify, and you have to make a certain amount of rounds into a target in a certain area in order to even go over to Baghdad. So you have to be proficient in weaponry.
And what type of weaponry did you have to be proficient in to go to Baghdad?
And 16A2.
And did you meet your proficiency tests?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you have to qualify?
Sustained.
So your experience with weapons in the Air Force, was what you had known to be muzzle flashes in the Air Force consistent with what you saw in the theater that night?
Yes, ma'am.
So you see these muzzle flashes, and how would you describe the light of muzzle flashes?
The best way I can describe it so everyone could understand is when a camera flashes. That's the best way I can describe it. Just quick, just flash.
And where in the theater do you see those muzzle flashes coming from?
The right-hand side of the screen.
And closer to the front of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So what happens after you see those muzzle flashes?
Once I realized it was gunfire, I ducked down behind my seat, or behind the seats that were in front of me.
And did you physically get out of your chair and get down onto the ground?
Somewhat, yes. It was hard because everybody else was doing the same thing in my row. So I kind of went to the side and down.
So if that's the movie theater screen, is your head more towards the right?
I went to the left.
The left?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is your body positioned on the floor?
Well, I didn't get to the floor before I was hit. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. So describe for the jury what happened.
So I went to the left to get down, and I was using the seat in front of me. And as I was going down, I just kind of felt like this heat sensation in my leg. And so as soon as I felt it was my right leg. As soon as I felt the heat sensation go into my right leg, I took my hand down to feel. I felt, because I saw the blood come up in front of my face as I was going down. So I felt my leg. I saw blood. So I just continued falling to the ground. I got down. Everybody's screaming. There's I've heard people, I'm getting shot. I've been hit. Stuff that I've heard before, but I hadn't been hit before. So it was just, go ahead.
Where had you heard that before? That means you can answer the question.
Iraq.
So, can you ascertain what's going on with your friends who are on your left and your right at this point?
After I got onto the ground, yes. I started trying to look and see what had happened. And at one point, I noticed Sully. And so I reached over my right and tried to reach. I noticed he had a blood spot on his head. So I reached up to see, but I couldn't quite reach him. So I didn't know what was going on with him. Edgar was laying next to me. Jasmine was on the other side. And at this point, Bryson, Tony, Maria, Annalise, and Armando were trying to get out of the theater. As far as a time span, I'm not even sure. It felt like an eternity, but it could probably be 30 seconds that all this happened.
So while you're looking at your friends and seeing what's happened to them or if they're okay, what are you hearing still during this time?
Well, there's gunfire a lot of the time, and then at one point it just went silent as far as gunfire goes, and that's when Maria, Tony, Bryson, Annalise, and Armando ran out of the theater.
Are you hearing anything else? Just gunfire at that point in time?
Yeah, just gunfire.
Are you still hearing screaming in the theater?
Yeah. Well, yes. Sorry. Yes, they're screaming the entire time.
And so they're trying to flee the theater at that point in time. And what are you doing?
When they go to flee, they're like, come on, Crispy. So I turn.
Stop here for a second. Sorry, Crispy? What?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a nickname I was given by everybody that I was there with. It's what I went by in the restaurant industry. It was given to me by Tony. So knowing that I'd been hit in the leg, I was still going to try to get out and try to go with them. But so I had to figure out a way to get up. So I turned around to the seat that was behind me. I used the back of the seat to get up, and I got up to that part, and then I got up to the back seat, and as I was standing up, I just felt a snap in my left leg. At this point, I realized that I had been hit in my left leg too.
So what happened when you...
So I fell back to the ground. Edgar actually broke my fall. And he let me know that I was laying on his arm. And so I got off his arm, we repositioned, and I laid back down and started trying to figure out. And it was like, bam, 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 quick. So I looked down at my injury on my right leg and just a mess. So my jeans were shredded at this time. So I took my jeans and just started twisting to try to create a tourniquet to make sure that I wouldn't bleed to death. But it just twisted and twisted and twisted and just shoved it into the wound to stop the bleeding and wait for help.
What are you thinking during this time?
To be honest, at this point, I wasn't thinking anything, because at this point is when Jasmine started screaming, I need to call my mom, I need to call my mom. And so at this point, as I realized Jasmine is still there with me, and I know Edgar's on the other side of me, but Jasmine was there, and she's only 16. She's young. I'm her boss. I go into help mode. So I told her, you need to call your mom. Go ahead and call your mom. And I reach up and I hold her hand. And so she starts calling her mom, and
now are you able to see what's happening with Sully at this time?
No, ma'am.
Did you see where he was located? Could you see anything?
He's still on the other side of Edgar at this point.
And was he in his chair still? Was he on the ground?
He's on the ground, face down towards us, towards the left-hand side.
So you tell Jasmine to call her mom. What do you remember doing after that?
After that, the alarms are still going off. There's still screams. Officers start coming in to take people out. They're trying to assess the situation. One cop comes up the stairs and starts talking to Jasmine. Then he starts asking me if I can walk. He's like, if you can walk, you need to get up. Couldn't walk, I already tried. So I was like, I need help. So he realized that both of my legs were hit and called for more help to get me out.
I want to ask you something about the shots that were being heard in the theater.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to differentiate at all between different types of shots in the theater?
They sound differently, yes.
Okay, what did the shots sound like to you in the theater that night?
There were some that were very rapid, is the best way to describe it, and then there are some that sound short and just like a boom. That's the best way I could describe it too.
And just so we could try to have the jury describe it, could you kind of speak into the microphone with the different booms that it sounded like?
So some of them, the more rapid fire would be like boom, boom, boom. And then the other ones would be more of a boom, boom, boom. So it'd be like shorter, like longer is the best way that I could describe it to you.
Based on your training and experience in firearms, were you able to ascertain what sort of weapons you think were being fired in the theater?
Sustained.
Based just on your regular experience with firearms, what did you think you had heard in the theater that night?
I definitely know that, like, as far as my experience goes, that it was a similar weapon to what I've shot in the military.
And what weapon was that?
The M16A2.
So the police officers are there to take you. What happens next?
So two officers start trying to carry me out, and then they realized that the injuries in my legs, they needed one more officer, so they called for another officer. They started carrying me down the stairs, and we get to right where that main aisle, right where it goes to stadium seating. We get to that, and they drop me on somebody. The person is not moving, not breathing, not doing anything. They just drop me on him.
Was that on purpose?
No, by no means. they're tired. They were exhausted. You could hear them panting, like really hard, breathing. And then so they reestablished like their grips, picked me back up, and took me all the way out the back of the theater, and the front right exit towards the front of the theater.
So through the main lobby, or
no, ma'am. Okay. So out to the right of the screen. If I was facing it, it's to the right out the front exit.
So that goes out to actually behind the theater?
So behind the theater, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happens when they take you out behind the theater?
There's absolute, just, at least from my opinion, chaos out there. Just injured people everywhere. And so they set me down next to Jasmine on the ground. And as soon as they set me down, I start holding her hand again. And they start assessing and triaging. And I just remember the cop sitting down next to me and going, you need to go. And I'm like, no, I'm not leaving until she's gone. So they got her and took her. And then
be clear, who's her?
Jasmine Kennedy. I told them I wouldn't go until she was gone. She was my responsibility. So they took her, then I was willing to go.
Now, were you able to see and observe Jasmine's injuries at that time?
Overruled?
I was not.
Were you able to see your own injuries yet at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What could you tell? What happened?
I could tell that my right leg was injured really badly. My left leg, I couldn't see any injuries at that time. I just knew that there was a hole.
And could you describe for the jury where these injuries are on your legs?
My right femur and my left knee area.
And what do you see when you look down at your legs?
My shredded jeans, blood. That's good enough. Sorry.
Are you in pain at this time?
Yes.
And what sort of pain were you in?
There was heat sensations the entire time. I was groaning because they had picked me up by the leg, and they had to go underneath my right femur area, which is where the injury was. So when they picked me up, I was groaning, moaning, every once in a while crying out in pain from just the adrenaline.
How long were you out on the sidewalk before someone came to get you?
That I don't know. I know it was quite a long time because they didn't have enough cop cars, ambulances, fire department. They had so many victims. They had to wait for a car.
At some point in time, did someone come for you?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
They picked me back up and put me into the back of a cop car. When they got me into the cop car, I just hear Crispy from the front seat, and it was Heather Snyder. She was sitting in the front seat.
Could you tell if Heather was injured at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
What were Heather's injuries?
Overruled.
Heather was holding her hand to her chest, to the right side of her chest, and she was just holding it.
Could you tell what had happened?
I couldn't tell fully what was going on. I just knew that her hand had been injured.
Now, is there anyone else that gets into this police car with you too?
Yes. The firefighter that helped carry me jumped in. He's like, I'm going with her, and jumps in the back seat with me.
Right. So how does he position himself in the back of the car?
If I'm laying across the witness stand right here, he was like this over me, and just riding like that.
Now, how are you positioned in the back of the patrol car?
I'm laying directly out on the seats, just straight across.
Is your head closer to the driver's side or the passenger side?
Passenger side.
And then this firefighter's just
hovering over me. Yes, making sure I'm okay.
Then you have Heather Snyder in the front, and then someone driving the car.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us about that ride in that patrol car.
So when they went to take off, there was so much blocking the parking lot and the way out that the cops goes, I've got to figure out a way to get out of here. And he jumps the curb and goes to go up to the ambulance area.
What happens when you get to the ambulance area?
They pull me out of the back seat. off of one side, I got hooked on the seatbelts, and so they were just yanking, trying to get me out. And then they realized that I was caught, so they helped me get uncaught, pulled me out of the back seat, put me onto a stretcher, and then put me into the ambulance.
Do you remember if there was anyone else in the ambulance when you got into the ambulance?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
There was a gentleman laying there screaming in pain.
And do you have any description of what this gentleman looked like?
Overruled.
The gentleman that was laying there was heavier set, had black hair, covered in blood in his leg.
It appeared to you that his leg was injured?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else in the ambulance that you remember?
EMTs.
And did they take you somewhere?
Yes, ma'am. We got on the road and they started talking about the hospital's being
Sustained.
All right, so can you just tell me about without talking about what anyone said in your ambulance ride, if you could just talk about what you remember about the ambulance ride?
They decided to go to Swedish.
All right. And how long did it take you to get to Swedish?
It felt like seconds. It was quick.
What do you remember about getting to the hospital?
The ambulance, or not the ambulance, the EMT kept talking to me. He's like, you gotta talk to me. You gotta talk to me. You're scaring me. And I remember thinking to myself, and I can't remember if I said it out loud, but what do you want me to talk to you about? The weather? So, but, yeah.
And what happens when you get to the hospital?
They take me into the emergency room and started procedures.
What sort of procedures did they do for you?
Surgery on my legs.
How long were you at the hospital before they started surgery?
Overruled.
Minutes.
And what sort of surgery did you have?
I don't know exactly what they did in the first surgeries.
Okay. And the first surgery, so how many surgeries did you have total?
I ended up having approximately 5 surgeries.
And did you know the extent of your injuries?
At that time, no.
Did you eventually learn what had happened to you?
I eventually learned what happened to me, yes.
And what was that?
It had been shot through one leg and out through the other, and then shot a second time through the leg as well.
And so could you tell a jury about which leg was which?
So the right leg I had been shot through twice, and the left leg I had been shot through once.
Did you have any broken bones or fractures?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you have?
My femur, I am missing 2 inches. It shattered my femur on my right leg. And then the left leg, there was a bullet that had gone in and just caused miscellaneous damage.
How long were you at Swedish Hospital?
A month and a day.
And after you were released from Swedish Hospital, did you have to have any follow-up medical care?
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
What sort of medical care did you have to have?
Physical therapy, and then I still have to do physical therapy.
Did you have to have any other follow-up surgeries after you left Swedish Hospital?
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you have to have subsequent surgeries after you were discharged from the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the next surgery that you had to have after you were discharged from the hospital?
After I was discharged, I had to have the plates and screws removed and replaced with a rod that is in my leg.
Was that the only other surgery you had to have, or did you have to have one after that as well?
I had 5 total, so they all kind of run together. But
do you know today if you still need any additional medical care?
Overruled.
Currently, I do not know.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
Yes.
With what has been marked as... Oh, sorry, Kevin. I just need more of that, sorry. Oh, it's okay.
McGuire, I don't want to rush you, but we're going to need to take a break in about 5 minutes or so. Are you going to wrap up, you think, within about 5 or 10 minutes?
I think so, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, you may proceed.
Thank you. All right. Approach the witness with what's been marked as 4668. Sorry. Four 667, 2663, 2662.
Okay.
Ms. Blash, if you could look at that packet of photographs and see if you can identify the person in those photographs.
Well, the first photograph, which is Exhibit 2662, is me in the hospital. And then Exhibit 2663, 4668, and 4667 are pictures of my legs.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict your condition after the shooting of July 20th, 2012, and several days and weeks and months to come?
Over the span of all of my injuries, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of those exhibits.
Any objection?
I have no objection to 2662. I do object to other photographs. We are not contesting or challenging the injuries that this witness described, and therefore I'd object as cumulative and under relevance as well.
All right. Is that the same issue that I've already ruled on, or something new?
Something new, cumulative as well as relevance.
Right. Relevant, I've ruled on.
No, I am cumulative as well, Your Honor.
Cumulative of what?
Cumulative of her testimony.
Okay, the objection to cumulative is overruled. The other objection remains overruled because I've already ruled on that. So, all right, those are admitted. That's People's Exhibits 4668, 4667, 2663, and 2662. All of those are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. Do you need the numbers? All right. So, can you tell the jury who that is?
That is me.
All right. And if we could have the next exhibit, please. All right. And could you describe for the jury what this is a photograph of?
This is a photograph after one of my surgeries where they placed an external fixator to stabilize the femur on my right leg.
Okay. Can we have the next photograph, please? Okay. And what does this picture depict?
This is a picture after one of my surgeries where they had to fix the plate and screws and replace it with a rod.
If we could have the next photograph, please. Right, and what is this a picture of?
This is similar. These are similar. It's from the surgery for replacing the plate with the rod.
Thank you. Jennifer, I can approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1112. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right, and what is that?
This is when I came to see you, we went over where I was sitting and where the cops took me and who was with me and what I could remember of who was where.
All right, and does it fairly and accurately represent where you believe you were seated in the theater and where you were exited from the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
And on July 19th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Into July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would move for the admission of that exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, 1112 is admitted.
May be published, Your Honor.
Yes.
Right, now, Ms. Flash, behind you, there is a pointer on the stand, and there is a cordless microphone. If you could please grab the pointer and make sure that microphone is on.
Is that good?
Yep, you're good. All right, now if you could please show for the jury where you were seated.
All right, the C is where I was sitting.
Okay, and what do the other letters stand for?
So J is Jasmine, E is Edgar, and S is for Sully.
Okay, and could you also show the jury what you notated something on there that is that where you were dropped? When they said that you were dropped on that body.
Yeah, it says dropped here on a guy.
And that's the body you had previously described as when you were dropped. You didn't think that person had any life left in them.
Overruled? The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think you described where you entered the theater, perhaps, on your diagram?
Yes, it says we entered the theater here, and we came up and entered our seats.
Okay. And then does it describe your exit path as well?
Yes. So I had drawn a line from our seats down the left-hand aisle, all the way down and around, and out the right-hand exit door.
All right.
In front of the theater.
And then when you were brought out from that exit door, which direction did you go? Out to the back of the theater.
They went. I don't know. No, I don't know.
You're okay. All right, and you can have a seat now. Now, if I approach with Exhibit 4678.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that person?
Sully. Alex Sullivan.
Now, when you were at the theater on July 19th of 2012, was Alex Sullivan alive?
Yes.
Have you seen Alex Sullivan alive since then?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions. Oh, Your Honor, if I move for admission of that exhibit, please move the bush.
4678. Is there any objection to 4678? No? Okay, without objection, Exhibit 4678 is admitted. All right, do you have any questions? Oh, sorry, it's being published now. Thank you. Do you have any questions, Ms. Pengler?
No.
All right, thank you. The jury appears to have a question, so give us just a moment, please. All right, will counsel please approach? Jury has submitted some questions, and I have found, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, that they are appropriate. So I'm going to ask you these questions now. The first question is, when the canister was thrown, was the entire movie theater filled with patrons?
Yes.
The next question is, were there any vacant seats that you saw?
In the beginning, when I first arrived, yes. Later during the night, no.
Next question is, did you see the shooter at all
And if so, what was he doing? And if you saw him, was he walking in the theater? And so the first question is, did you see the shooter at all?
The shooter himself? No.
Okay. The next question then is, were the different guns used at the same time?
Not to my recollection.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Mr. McGuire? Any follow-up questions from you, Ms. Spengler? All right. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes.
Any objection to Ms. Blash being released from her subpoena? All right, Ms. Blash, thank you. All right, folks, it's time to take our lunch break, and so I'm going to ask you to please make sure you follow all the admonishments that I have been giving you throughout during the lunch break. Is everybody okay taking a little shorter than an hour and a half and meeting back here at 2? Okay, anybody have a problem with that? Raise your hand. No? Great. Okay, I'll see you back here at 2 o'clock then. Thank you, folks. The reflected jury has left the courtroom now. All right, folks, enjoy your break. I'll see you back here at 2, okay? The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Nobody had ever really tested putting technology in the hands of creative people and synchronizing those types of technology into a party environment. So that was super exciting. There were multiple people in the audience were given these 3D printed couture technologies. And I think people just thought, wow, these are super beautiful, brand new technology. It's great to experience and wear these pieces. But then, halfway through the night, people could sense that something else was going to happen. And the laser beam shot out of everybody's bodies. You just saw this hype, this energy, just the way people were moving to create choreography with laser light that was coming out of their body. It gave another layer to the party. It completely transformed the party experience. And on a personal level, a lot of people are trying to create those moments with Absolute Night to sort of surpassed it.
Right.
Okay, John, prepare that I come here, okay? Listen, I called her in the phone. She doesn't answer me. I leave a message now. Let's see if she answers. She don't. I don't know why. Okay, Tommy, close the door, okay? Love you.